People Shinobi no Kami here. This is the one-shot promised at 300 subscribers. In it, the Uzumaki clan is not destroyed and Naruto is its clan heir. The ship will be Naruto x Tamari. I hope that you guys like it and support the author linked in the description. The next one-shot will come at 500 subscribers. I thank you all for 300 subscribers and hope that you enjoy this one-shot. So let us begin the video. Chapter 1 Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the front gates after their long and tiring wave mission. Sakura's face lit up as she saw her parents waiting for her. Mom. Dad. She shouted as she waved and ran to hug them. Sakura's parents beamed with joy and happiness, and also relief. This was Sakura's first mission, as well as the rest of Team 7's first mission, outside of the leaf, and they were happy that their daughter was safe. Hey Sakura. Wanna hang out? Naruto asked, cheerful as ever. Sakura grimaced. No way Baka. She screeched before leaving for her house with her parents. Big brother. Sasuke yelled when he saw his brother, Itachi, standing off to one side. Sasuke ran over to him and gave him a hug. Itachi was surprised. Sasuke usually never gave him a hug like this. Something must have happened, Itachi thought as he looked down at his brother. And pretty soon, the small crowd of friends and family dispersed, leaving just Kakashi and Naruto standing alone. Naruto looked down at the ground, blinking back tears of bitter disappointment. Naruto. Naruto heard someone familiar say, and he looked up to see Iruka. Iruka-sensei. Naruto's face broke out into a grin, his earlier pain all but forgotten. Hey. I heard it turned out to be an A-ranked mission. Why don't you tell me the details over Ikiraku's? Iruka asked and Naruto grinned. Hell yeah, ya know. Naruto said excitedly as he left with Iruka, not before Iruka gave Kakashi a sad look. Kakashi smiled, not that anyone could properly see it under his mask. At least Iruka is there for him like family. Kakashi thought before he turned in the direction of the Hokage's office. Damn, I gotta go hand in my mission report now. Kakashi sighed as he slowly made his way over. There was just no way he was going to be in there for a mere 5 minutes. After the ramen, Naruto walked home alone, still feeling a pain in his heart that he knew deep down stemmed from his lack of family. He had known loneliness his entire life, but recently, seeing his team going home with their families after missions was beginning to hurt Naruto on the inside more and more. Naruto slowly opened the door to his rundown apartment. The rotting wooden door swung open with a loud creak, the rusty hinges gone without oiling for so long, they looked brittle and ready to break at the slightest application of pressure. After closing the door, Naruto sank to the ground, pulling his legs as close as he could to his body before crying himself to sleep. He didn't even have a bed to sleep on. Oi! Dobi! Naruto awoke the next morning to the Uchiha's shouts and knocking on his door. Sasuke knocked again, a little harder, and the top hinges broke under the pressure, the door folding in on itself as if it was made of paper. Sasuke was shocked. He'd never seen a more neglected building in his life. In fact, he'd never even seen buildings remotely close to being this neglected and rundown in his life. Mostly because he was privileged enough to live in a clan compound, being a part of the Uchiha anyway. He saw the sleeping Naruto huddled in a corner on the floor. Naruto! He shouted, waking the blonde boy up immediately. Sasuke? Naruto asked, not even sure why Sasuke was there. The Hokage's waiting to give us a mission. Sasuke scowled before he left to go the Hokage's office. Naruto sighed and composed himself before he left for the office, not even bothering to close his now ruined apartment door. Arriving late at the Hokage's office, he ignored the glares he received from the other genin also invited. Ah, you are here now, Naruto, said the third Hokage, as patient as ever. He cleared his throat. Alright, there is going to be an arrival soon. I'm sure all of you have heard about it. A clan of blood relations to the Senju clan is coming to the Leaf Village. They are a very prestigious and considered a royal clan, so please be on your best behavior. The third Hokage started. All of the genin gathered had already known this. Except Naruto. Wait, what? Naruto asked, confused. The third Hokage expected as much. Your mission is to escort them from the Land of Waves bridge to our village. This clan is a vital ally to the Leaf Village and they possess many powerful jutsu and kekkei genkai. And they have also been rumored to have found their lost heir. The Hokage said, giving the four Jonin sensei gathered some pointed looks. They all nodded subtly. Protect the heir. Wait, heir. What heir? What are you talking about? Naruto asked, even more confused and scratching his head too. All of the genin just stared at him. That idiot. Wow, he is such a baka. How come someone so dumb even exist? And Naruto-kun. They were thinking as the third Hokage cleared his throat. I'm saying, that their clan head is dead, but the clan head's son is still alive. In essence, he is a prince by birth, and so that makes their current queen just a stand-in. Understand. The Hokage explained to Naruto, who seemed to understand the king-queen concepts. Yeah. Naruto replied. Alright. Dismissed. The Hokage said with a gleam in his eye, one that the Jonin picked up on. It meant that the Hokage knew something but was withholding that information. Oh, and Naruto. I need to talk to you. Alone. The Hokage stressed. Everyone left and Naruto was left standing alone in the office. Naruto. Just be yourself on this mission. Don't need to be all idiotic and stupid anymore. Just be yourself, no matter who or what anyone says. Trust me on this. Hiruzen looked at Naruto. I will. Naruto said with a grin. No need for him to act like a dumb idiot anymore. The only reason he acted dumb was due to the fact that it covered up his loneliness and it was a way for him to cope. He wasn't the smartest guy, nor the strongest, but he certainly wasn't dead last. Although he did wonder why the Hokage told him to be himself. It was strange. Naruto met the rest of the genin at the gates after the talk with the Hokage. The four Jonin glanced at one another before they nodded in unison. Alright, Team 8 let's go. Kurenai started. Team 7, come on. Kakashi said. Team 10, let's go. Asuma said. Youth. Onward on our journey down the road of youth. Guy shouted as he marched ahead, with Lee right behind him while Tenten and Neji were just staring at their sensei and teammate. Everyone else just stared at Guy and his team before Kurenai snapped out of the days first. Let's just go. Kurenai said as she followed Guy. Everyone else followed suit. Yo Sasuke. Are you excited? We get to see the bridge again. Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke merely ignored him. Naruto tried again. What about you Sakura? He asked. She turned on him, angry and annoyed. Just shut the hell up, dead last. Sakura shouted into his ear, clearly pissed off. Naruto simply gave her a look and muttered something under his breath before he walked faster to be next to Kakashi. I don't get it, Kakashi-sensei. Why do I feel like I'm an outcast of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked Kakashi. Kakashi faltered slightly in his step. Of course. My sensei's child doesn't know what happened that night. Kakashi thought before he closed his orange book. Well, it's not my place to tell you, Naruto, but your parents would be proud of you right now. Kakashi said, unable to think of anything else to say. Naruto looked at him skeptically before looking back. Down the road. Needless to say, nothing happened on their journey to the bridge. But the moment they got there, they realized that the bridge was named after the dead last. The Great Naruto Bridge. Sakura screeched out loud, unable to contain herself. Sasuke almost died because of that idiot. And Naruto didn't do anything. She vented out her annoyance and anger, and Ino readily agrees, even though she hadn't seen what actually happened during their C-rank turned a rank mission. Naruto turned to look at Sakura with a bored expression. Coming from you. You did absolutely nothing on our mission. In fact, it was like Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and I fighting Zabuza and Haku while you watched from the sidelines. Naruto retorted before he headed off towards the base of the bridge, where Kakashi and Guy were waiting. The genin were shocked into silence. Then they turned to look at Sakura and Sasuke. Dobe's right. Sasuke said as he walked off after the blonde and Sakura could only stare after Sasuke's back as the rest just gave her a look of contempt. Come on. Guy yelled and they all rushed over to their teachers. Standing beside Kakashi was a beautiful red-haired woman with blue eyes and a friendly smile. Behind her, was a girl wearing glasses, who also had red hair, and beside them stood two ninja bodyguards. All of them bore the spiral crest on their clothing, which they all remarked looked exactly like the one on the vests that the Chunin and Jonin wore. This is Queen Mito of Uzushio. Kakashi said as he gestured towards the lady with the red hair. Everyone gave a respectful bow. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, and I am the squad captain in charge of your protection. Hi, my name is Kurenai Yuhi. Asuma Sarutobi. I am the Leaf's handsome blue beast. Might Guy. Sasuke Uchiha. Wow, Kiba. I'm Ino Yamanaka. I'm Sakura Haruno. Such a drag. Shikamaru Nara. Choji Akamichi. H. Hinata Hyuga. Neji Hyuga. Tenten. Shino. Rock Lee. The genin introduced themselves. Hi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Yano. Naruto said, and he noticed the frozen look of shock on the lady's face. She recovered herself a moment later. My name is Mito. This is my daughter, Karen. Pleased to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. Mito said, and she gave Naruto a smile. Everyone was shocked. Of all the people present, she chose to first greet Naruto. The prankster, number one knucklehead and dead last. Let's be on our way. Mito said. The two guards nodded and Kakashi then gave out instructions, with 2 teams in front and 2 teams behind Mito, her daughter, and the 2 guards. He looks so much like Minato. But I can just tell he has my sister's personality, but not all of it, thank God. Mito thought as she motioned for the escort party to begin walking. Excuse me. Mito was snapped out of her thoughts when a pink-haired kunoichi approached her. What's her name? Aha. Sakura. Yes, Sakura. Mito replied. Sakura fidgeted a bit. Queen Mito, may I ask what clan you are from? Sakura hesitantly asked and Mito almost told her. Almost. But then she decided she'd do that after the prince was announced. I'll announce this upon my arrival in Konoha, after the prince is there. Mito said warmly and Sakura blushed. He's really handsome and he has his father's hair and eyes, but some of his mother's personality. Mito said, unaware that she had no idea what she was talking about. Now please, tell Naruto to come here. Mito told her. Sakura pouted before she walked over to where Naruto was. Baka. The queen wants you. Sakura screeched before she returned to Sasuke's side to pester him more. Naruto. Mito said as he drew closer. Please tell the other squads to move further apart. I'd like some space. She told one of her guards. Naruto, this is Karen. Mito gestured at Karen and Karen gave him a smile and a wave. Hi Karen. Naruto said respectfully. The third Hokage told me to be myself on this mission but I don't know why he told me so. It's really weird, Yano. Mito smiled at the verbal tick. Just like my sister. She thought. I'd like to get to know you more. Mito stated. Chapter 2 inches I'd like to get to know you more. The sentence continued to repeat itself over and over in Naruto's mind. What could she possibly want to know about me? Why does she even want to know about me? Questions began to cloud Naruto's mind as he thought over what Queen Mito said. Everyone. I have an announcement to make. Queen Mito spoke in a clear voice which brought all the ninja to her at once. Because the lost heir of my deceased sister has been found, I will be relinquishing my title as queen and will now be known simply as Lady Mito, because rule of my clan has now been passed over to the heir. Because he isn't of age yet, he will be addressed as prince, and I will simply continue to stand in until he turns 18. Lady Mito turned and walked back to her tent. They had stopped for the night, knowing that they would reach Konoha the next day, either in the early afternoon, or midday. Karen immediately followed her into the tent. Everyone was excited, except for Sasuke. He was rarely ever excited. Unless his brother was involved. But he was interested. Who's the prince? Sakura was asking around. Ino was standing next to her. I don't know but I bet he's handsome, she said dreamily. They both began to get dreamy looks in their eyes as they began to imagine what the prince would look like. Obviously he will have red hair. Sakura sighed. It matches with my pink hair so well. She squealed which annoyed Ino. Yeah right, with your big forehead. Ino screeched. What? Ino pig. Sakura yelled back. Please be quiet. One of Lady Mito's 2 guards approached the 2 girls. As it happens, Lady Mito is currently feeling not so well. She wants some peace and quiet. The guard said which made both of the girls shut up. Hatake Kakashi. He called out. The silver-haired Jonin glanced up from his orange book. I'm here. He answered back without moving. The guard looked at him and noticed the orange book. He gave a small sigh. Please bring your colleagues and also Naruto Uzumaki. All the genin stopped what they were doing the moment they heard that. Lady Mito wants Naruto and our sensei. They were all thinking. Kakashi nodded. You guys keep the fire going. We'll be having dinner after this talk. Kakashi said as he stood up. He quickly located Naruto and the other Jonin and they all went into Lady Mito's tent. Kakashi. Lady Mito said. I'm sure you're wondering what's going on, and why I've called Naruto here. I want to know what happened to Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Lady Mito spoke softly, which caused the Jonin to gasp. If they were to tell her, they'd be letting out one of Konoha's S-ranked secrets. Naruto gasped for a different reason. Kushina Uzumaki. He said with wide eyes. I had a mother. He asked again. Everyone nodded at him. I have Hiruzen's seal of approval on this. Please tell me. Lady Mito spoke. Kakashi nodded to his Jonin. It happened on October 10th. A masked man broke through the barriers that were supposed to protect Yondaime Hokage and Kushina during her childbirth. Kushina was the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He managed to get Yondaime away from his wife and he extracted the Nine Tails from her. Kakashi began. He looked away for a moment. Kurenai took a breath and continued for him. This masked man planned to attack Konoha by controlling the Nine Tails, but the Yondaime managed to prevent the destruction by sealing half of it away inside him using the Reaper Death Seal and sealed the other half into Naruto. Naruto was wide-eyed with disbelief. So that's why they hate me, and think I'm a demon. Naruto said sadly. Both the Yondaime and his wife died as a result. Asuma finished. There was a silence, as all the Jonin simply stared at Naruto, wondering how he would react to the news of his parents. Naruto was still sitting there, processing the information. I had a family. Naruto kept saying. Correction. You have a family. Lady Mito said, which caught the attention of all four Jonin. As youthful as I am, I'm not quite sure I understand. Guy said, looking at her to elaborate. Ah. That's right. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mito Uzumaki, the younger sister of Kushina Uzumaki, which makes me Naruto's aunt. Lady Mito spoke, shocking the Jonin into silence. The Jonin's jaws were all wide open, and Naruto raised his head. You, Uzumaki? He asked in disbelief. His eyes widened even more when he realized the implications. His head hit the floor faster than anyone could possibly react. Well, that went well. Kakashi finally spoke. The other Jonin could only nod. Why, if that was my genin, they wouldn't faint at all. Guy said. Did you say something? Kakashi asked him. Everyone stood up to leave the tent. Oh Kakashi. Curse you and your hip attitude, my eternal rival. Guy muttered while he walked out. What about Naruto? Kakashi asked Lady Mito as he exited the tent. I wouldn't worry about him, Kakashi. Lady Mito said. The genin were all sitting by the fire when they arrived to eat dinner. Where's Naruto? Sakura asked. He is resting. Kurenai replied as Kakashi took out his book. That baka. Disgracing us in front of Lady Mito. Sakura screeched. Where is he? I'll go get him. And beat his head in. He's resting in my tent. Lady Mito said smoothly. There was absolutely no indication that she and the Jonin were talking about Naruto at all. Although the Jonin were mentally hitting themselves for not connecting the dots sooner. How could I have not seen this? Asuma was thinking. It's so obvious. The only clan that supports Konoha from the outside is the Uzumaki. Kurenai was thinking. Minato-sensei. I can't believe I missed the blindingly obvious clues from their red hair. Kakashi thought. My unyouthful eyes are my own fault. When we get back, I'll do 1,000 laps around Konoha. Guy vowed. Kurenai-sensei. Asuma-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Guy-sensei. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked. The four Jonin guilty turned to look at him. Nothing's wrong. Kakashi replied. Shikamaru gave him a look. Kurenai-sensei hasn't moved her fingers even though she looks like she's smoothing out her hair. Asuma-sensei lit a cigarette but he isn't smoking it. Guy-sensei is being weird and you, Kakashi-sensei, your book is upside down. The four Jonin immediately sighed. It's Naruto. Asuma and Kakashi said together. Did that baka get in trouble? Sakura screeched. Everyone just stared at her, and some even glared, but Sakura didn't see any of it. Karen, dear, please wake up Naruto. Lady Mito said, and Karen nodded. She walked into the tent to see Naruto sleeping. Naruto. She said, gently shaking him. He bolted upright straight away. It was then she noticed that Naruto wasn't wearing a shirt, nor was he wearing any pants. He was just wearing his boxers. She saw the multitude of cuts, scars and bruises all over his body, albeit she blushed a bit before she realized. Lady Karen? Naruto asked, confused. She shook her head. No, it's just Karen, Naruto. My name is Karen Uzumaki, and I'm your cousin, she said. Naruto looked up at her with tears glistening in his eyes. I have family, he said again. Karen nodded. Yeah, we finally found you, she replied, and was immediately embraced by Naruto in a hug. That means, Lady Mito is my aunt? Naruto asked. Karen nodded. Yeah. His body was warm and she could feel the muscles on his back. She tried to speak. You need to get dressed. She squeaked out, slightly embarrassed. She quickly disentangled herself from his arms. Where are my clothes? He asked. Karen shrugged. I think my mother sealed them away. She said they looked hideous and not befitting of a prince. Karen answered as she took the scroll that was lying next to the bed. Befitting of a prince? Wait, I'm a prince? Naruto asked, confused. Yeah. You are the missing prince. Your mum was Kushina, the queen of the Uzumaki. Karen opened the scroll, and formed a hand seal with one hand. After a few seconds of her concentrating her own chakra, the seal on the scroll glowed before it proofed and the contents inside was released. This is for you, Naruto. Karen handed him some plain white robes and a black haori. Mum wants to get to Konoha before she'll let you choose the kinds of new clothes to wear. So this will do for now. She also wants to get to know you better first, and she said she'll be teaching you from now on. Karen explained, while wondering why Naruto wasn't changing. Why aren't you changing? Karen asked after an awkward silence. Naruto's face was flushing red. Can you please go outside? Naruto asked and it was Karen's turn to blush. Oh, I'm so sorry. She squeaked out again as she ran out, and back to the fire. She sat down next to Lady Mito out of breath and slightly flustered. Everyone was looking at her in curiosity. Is everything alright? Lady Mito asked her. And nothing's the matter, Mum. Naruto will be coming out soon. Lady Mito smiled. The genin were busy pondering the interaction between the mother and daughter. The jonin were just wondering what Naruto would do. Lady Mito. Everyone heard Naruto ask. She immediately turned around and saw Naruto. Then she gave Karen a look, to which Karen gave her one back. I thought you told him. Lady Mito's look said. I did. Karen's look replied. Naruto, come here. She said and Naruto went to her. Immediately she hugged him, much to the surprise of everyone there. I felt for sure you were dead when I heard the news that Kushina and Minato died. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Lady Mito cried out. Everyone only stared at Lady Mito in shock. You look so much like your father, it's unbelievable. Lady Mito said when she finally stopped hugging him. Wait, how did the dead last get her attention? Sakura thought. Wow, the dead last must have given her a pity story. What a bastard. Ino thought. Now, don't call me Lady Mito. Call me Aunt Mito. They all heard her say. Naruto nodded. Okay, Aunt Mito. He replied and Mito smiled. I can't believe you've been all alone this whole time. You've simply got to tell me all about it later on. Let's eat. Lady Mito turned back to the jonin. Kakashi cleared his throat. Yes, let's eat. Kakashi said as he took out the food. All of the jonin ignored the stares of shock. They figured that the genin would find out sooner or later. And they all knew that the genin knew they had been told prior. They all stared at Naruto in disbelief as he was sat right between Lady Karen and Lady Mito. They all watched jealously as they realized that Naruto was the lost prince. Lady Karen was eating while reading, and Lady Mito was feeding Naruto. It was an odd sight. I can eat by myself, ya know. Naruto was saying. But Lady Mito was having none of it. And deny me the chance to feed my sister's son. Never, you got that. She replied with a little temper. Kakashi gulped. Just like Kushina he thought. Kakashi's mind strayed to the orange book in his pouch. His hands started to move subconsciously. Kakashi. Kurenai said with a stern voice and he immediately stopped moving. He sighed. I can't wait to get back home. Kakashi thought. Chapter 3 As they neared Konoha the next morning, Naruto was growing increasingly frantic and nervous about something. It was really weird. Lady Mito kept watching Naruto from the corner of her eye, and continued to watch his interactions between his supposed friends and his sensei. Karen just simply wanted to find out the truth. Naruto was jumpy whenever someone mentioned Konoha. It was suspicious. Naruto. Karen asked as she grabbed Naruto's arm. Kiba growled, which surprised all the genin in the group. They stared at him for a few seconds before Karen returned her attention to Naruto. Let's go walk with Mum, she said cheerfully, before she literally dragged him all the way to Lady Mito. He gulped when he saw Lady Mito's face and Karen's face as they turned to face him. Spill the beans, Naruto. What's going on? Karen asked. Naruto sighed. The villagers all hate me, Naruto sighed. They had reached Konoha without a hitch. He'd somehow managed to convince his aunt to let him wear his orange clothes again. It was a relief for him, and also that he managed to avoid all the stares from the villagers as for once, the attention was diverted from him to the honorable and noble Lady Mito and her daughter, Lady Karen. No one paid Naruto any attention at all, which he found lonely, but also comforting at the same time. And for some reason, all of the genin had assumed they were hallucinating last night when they found out Naruto was the lost prince, so they returned to just thinking about him as the clan-less loser and the dead last. And so, leaving the welcoming from the overly enthusiastic villagers and ninja, he crept home, noticing that his severely damaged door was actually missing, and all of his belongings on the ground before the apartment. It seemed that the apartment owners had decided that even though the Hokage had given this to him, they couldn't bear living with him. And they apparently blamed the destruction of the door on him, even though it was Sasuke who broke it. He found a note tacked to his belongings. Demon, because of your reckless disregard for our property over all the years of your rent, we have decided that you are no longer welcome in our haven and have evicted you. Also, we have docked the necessary funds from your wallet to pay for the extensive damage dealt during your tenure of this apartment. Pleasure doing business with you, we sincerely hope you understand, goodbye demon. Naruto sighed. He looked to his frog wallet that was lying on top of a bag of his belongings. He was shredded to pieces. One look inside already confirmed that all the Ryo from his missions that he had saved were completely gone. He was about to pick up his belongings when an old man approached him. Naruto had never seen him before in his life. Can I help you? Naruto asked politely. The old man stared at his apartment for a few seconds. Oh my dear boy. I pity you. He spoke simply. Naruto was expecting some insults but was mildly surprised. Don't be surprised, boy, I'm much wiser than those ignorant young fools nowadays. Here, I'll give you a hand. The old man hobbled towards Naruto's belongings and took one of the two bags. Thank you, Naruto. Began before he took a whack to the side of his head, making him fall over, and blur up his vision. He hears laughing coming from the old man, who simply formed a hand seal he recognized all too well. With a puff of smoke, he released the transformation jutsu on himself and Naruto saw that it was one of the hateful chunin in the village. With a royal clan in this village, there's no choice but to remove any pests lying around. We don't have time to keep tidying up after your messes. And I'd bet Lady Mito would not approve of you at all. He grinned before pulling out a kunai. Naruto struggled to rise up but he had been hit rather hard on the head and he still had problems with his vision. Wait please. Naruto tried to say but the chunin simply pulled him up by the shirt and plunged the kunai deep into his stomach. Naruto tried to scream in pain, but he was denied even that simple comfort. Instead, he found something foul shoved into his mouth, choking him and muffling all sounds being emitted from it. His eyes widened as he felt several more stabs of the kunai, which the chunin took extra pleasure in twisting while it was still inside his body, before he was thrown to the ground. With his fading vision, he realized that the chunin was making more hand seals. Then the chunin simply swirled and disappeared. Genjutsu, he placed a genjutsu on me so that no one can see this mess. Naruto thought out bitterly before blackness claimed him. Brat. Brat. A loud and harsh voice filled Naruto's mind. In his mind, he could see burning red eyes glaring down at him. You're a fool, you weak, pathetic existence. The voice said in a mocking voice. And to think, that your parents sacrificed themselves so that a weakling like you could be seen as the hero or savior of Konoha. How foolish, that I actually thought they were right. You were born a weakling and now, you will die a weakling. The mocking laughter faded away as Naruto was overcome by an intense anger and his vision slowly began to brighten up. He opened his eyes, and glared at the chunin, sending enough killer intent to freeze him where he stood. The Chunin turned to look back at him, in fear and shock as he watched the potent Nine Tails chakra wrap itself around Naruto and all his wounds faded away like nothing. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am not a weakling. He growled out. There was a piercing scream and a brilliant flash of light before the street grew dark again. He could hear the chuckling of the demon fox before it faded away completely. Team 7 met at the bridge as per usual at the assigned time. For some reason, even Kakashi was there early. And for some other reason, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the air in front of Kakashi shimmered and the third Hokage appeared. Lord Hokage. Kakashi greeted. The Hokage was standing with two Anbu, that were a part of his guard detail. I've just come to tell you that Naruto Uzumaki will no longer be attending training with Team 7. He will still accompany you on C-ranked missions, but he has been reassigned to a temporary 3-person team, which is going to be overlooked by one of the strongest Jonin currently in the village. The Hokage announced to Kakashi and his 2 remaining Genin students. Kakashi thought it over for a moment. He had a fair idea who it was, but he knew the Hokage didn't want him to tell because the Hokage didn't mention it himself. I trust you to train these 2 then, Kakashi. The third Hokage said. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi replied, before the Hokage walked off with his Anbu. Sasuke and Sakura stared after him in confusion. Wait, sensei, where is Naruto then? Sakura asked. Kakashi gave her a stare. I don't actually know. He lied. Sasuke and Sakura gave him a look but didn't say anything. Kakashi led them to the training grounds. Let's begin. Naruto awoke in a soft bed. He felt sudden sharp stabbing pains all over his body and groaned out loud in pain. Oh right, I was attacked last night. Naruto thought as he coughed. He heard a door open. Mother. Karen called when she realized that he was awake. A few seconds later, Naruto heard someone walking up to his bed. How are you feeling, Naruto? Lady Mito asked him. In pain. Naruto replied. She nodded thoughtfully. Those stupid villagers. Lady Mito said angrily. No matter. They've been dealt with. She told him. Naruto grimaced as he sat up. Where am I? He asked and looked around. Naruto was in large room. It had long, draping curtains, and the bed he was sleeping on was enormous. Lady Mito smiled. This is the newly constructed Uzumaki compound. Lady Mito explained. The third Hokage knew we would be visiting soon, so he had this built for us. And this is your bedroom. Naruto looked around him in wonder. Naruto suddenly had a thought. What's the time? He asked. 12:30, Karen replied as she was the closest one to the clock. I have to go to training ground 7 or I'll be super late. Naruto panicked, and he quickly tried to jump out of bed. It resulted in him wheezing and gasping for breath heavily for a few seconds. Don't overwork yourself. Lady Mito said. You haven't finished healing, so you've been given a day off. And also, I'll be taking over your training now. After all, can't have a clan heir who doesn't know any clan techniques now, can we? She gave him a wink before standing up and walking out with Karen. It took a moment before Naruto realized the full impact of what she said. I'm clan heir. Naruto repeated. Wait, that means I'm, for the last time, you stupid brat. Yes you are. The fox's voice bellowed at him in his mind. Naruto jumped slightly. He still wasn't used to hearing the fox's voice inside his head. Slowly, Naruto got up off the bed and winced from the pain. He was still being healed by Kurama. After all, the wounds he had sustained were fairly deep. It was then that Naruto found himself wearing only boxers. He limped over to the large wardrobe and opened it. There were no orange clothes at all. Instead, hanging neatly in the wardrobe, there were numerous kimonos, houris and loose robes. He widened his eyes in shock. Naruto had never worn any of these clothes before. He was given a set by Lady Mito on their return journey to Konoha. He fumbled around a bit with the clothes before he actually found a matching set. It was hard for Naruto, because he'd never worn anything but orange before. It took him 10 minutes to dress himself. He heard a knock on the door. Naruto-sama. The door opened and one of the guards was standing there. Naruto turned to look at him. He was still new to this whole sama aspect. I've been assigned to stay with you by Lady Mito. He said as he watched Naruto hobble to the door. I want to go out and eat. Naruto said as the guard gave him his arm so that Naruto could hold on. I'm starving. Let's go eat lunch now before we go and get a mission. Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke merely scowled while thinking about something and Sakura smiled back at her sensei. They walked out of the training grounds and headed to Team 10's favorite eating place. Kakashi knew Asuma and Kurenai would take their teams there anyway, and he figured, why not? After all, Kakashi only needed to sweet-talk Asuma to get him to pay for everyone else. As they headed over, they saw a tall red-headed ninja helping an elegantly dressed noble boy across the street. They all paid it no attention at all. They crossed the street and headed into Choji's favorite barbecue place. Kurenai. Asuma. Kakashi shouted above the noise and he saw them stand up and motion him over to their table. Let's go, Sasuke. Sakura. He said and led them over to the other genin. Chapter 4 Naruto entered the barbecue restaurant with the guard right behind him. Finding a nice table by the window, Naruto pointed at it, and the guard led him over to sit down. He was practically unrecognizable to everyone because he wasn't wearing orange and he was civil and polite. But the one thing everyone knew was that he was a noble. They picked it up from his appearance, and the ninja next to him looked very much like a bodyguard. Kakashi joined the other Jonin and their squads. As they sat down, Asuma gave him a small smile and Kurenai squeezed his hand gently. They both knew Kakashi was thinking about Naruto. We are just waiting on Guy. Asuma said, and not a second later, Team Guy entered. As they sat down, Lee noticed someone was missing. Where is Naruto? He asked. Kakashi looked down and cleared his throat. He was attacked by some villager yesterday outside his apartment. Kakashi said sadly. The extent of his wounds was pretty severe. He had several deep stab wounds where the attacker twisted his weapon while it was inside Naruto's body. Everyone listened in shock. I'm not sure if Naruto's even woken up yet, but I think you all deserve to know the truth about him, considering that he is one of us, and the Hokage has allowed us to tell this secret to you. Kakashi divulged the rest of the information about Naruto being a Jinchuriki to the genin, and they could only imagine the horrors that Naruto had gone through. Naruto's been evicted from his apartment due to the extensive damage dealt to it, and he's been blamed for it. Kakashi said. I don't even know where he is now. Sasuke cringed and winced when he heard that. He knew he had accidentally almost destroyed Naruto's door when he went to get him. From a table close by, Naruto listened to the conversation with mixed feelings. He'd started to feel like he could accept them and become friends with them now, that was, until Sakura had screeched out that no one would ever be friends with a demon container. He flinched pretty hard when he heard that. Let's go, Ashina. He said to the man next to him. Ashina nodded and stood up, helping Naruto to stand, and they both headed to the front to pay for their meal. Ashina was a tall man, wearing a long-sleeved red shirt, a gray vest with the Uzumaki symbol on it and had two swords strapped to his back. He was especially proficient in taijutsu and kenjutsu, his weakness being ninjutsu, but he was at least decent with genjutsu. The days turned into weeks, which turned into months of which they had not seen or heard any news about Naruto. Still they continued training, with Lee encouraging anyone he could talk to that his eternal rival would never give up. Naruto, on the other hand, had been learning under his aunt. Lady Mito had taken it upon herself to teach both her daughter, Karen, and her nephew, and heir, Prince Naruto, the clan's taijutsu style, and kenjutsu style, with Ashina and Uru demonstrating moves alongside her. Karen had improved her skills, but Naruto's determination and stamina had been a big contributor to his own success, his own skills improving exponentially every day. Thus she decided to start teaching him seals. Lady Mito knew that she was indisputably the seal mistress in Konoha. She had taught Kushina everything she knew, who in turn, managed to teach a lot of it to Minato. Lady Mito also knew of Jiraiya's skill, but alas, she had been the one to teach Jiraiya about seals in the first place. Seals are perhaps the most unpredictable and most powerful tool for combat. Lady Mito said as Karen and Naruto sat on the grass in their compound. The Uzumaki compound wasn't like other compounds. It was essentially a large mansion, with gardens surrounding the entire area complete with a small pond, river and bridge because Lady Mito wanted it. There was a small dojo where they practiced their moves, but sparring was done on one of the many training grounds. You see, to an Uzumaki, seals come naturally. It's so much easier for us to use, create, and decipher seals because it's in our blood. We are the only clan able to understand the complex workings of seals. It's almost like a kekkei genkai, except it's not. The first thing about seals is the way you draw and write each character. It requires almost perfect calligraphy, and the more advanced seals may require significantly more chakra and may be accompanied by weaving hand seals. Lady Mito said, as she demonstrated on a piece of seal paper. Quickly, she grabbed a brush and dipped it into a pot of black ink. This ink is special. It's laced with Uzumaki chakra, which allows us to make and then use our seals. Of course, because our chakra is more potent for seals, it's of the highest quality of chakra ink one can obtain for seal making. Lady Mito began to draw characters on the seal paper. When she was finished, Naruto and Karen took notice that the ink dried almost instantly on contact with the paper. Lady Mito then made a half-tiger hand seal and the seal itself glowed, before the kunai she was holding disappeared and kanji appeared in the middle of the seal. This is a simple storage seal. Lady Mito said. There was a sudden commotion and Ashina dropped down behind Lady Mito. Lady Mito, there is a letter from the Hokage. He said as he handed her the letter. She opened it and perused it for a few minutes. It's the Chunin exams. Lady Mito said. Because you've been a leaf shinobi for basically your entire shinobi career, the Hokage advises you to take the Chunin exams. Lady Mito told Naruto. Naruto nodded. He says that all participants are to meet on the training ground 15 in 15 minutes, where all the participants will be receiving entry forms and documentations from their Jonin sensei. You are to head to Kakashi. Lady Mito said with a small smile at Naruto. Chapter 5. The words continued to stick with Naruto for the rest of the day and he couldn't focus on anything. Not even his own training. That fact that his aunt had called him, son. It was something he'd always wished someone to call him, and to hear it coming so casually from a woman he'd met recently, it surprised him. He felt the sharp pain of a punch connect to his stomach as he missed the block and Karen's fist hit him hard. He stumbled back a bit and coughed. Karen stopped immediately. Naruto. What's wrong? She asked. Naruto looked at her. Nothing's wrong. He replied. But I've never been able to land a hit on you before in training. Something is distracting you, she replied in kind. Naruto shrugged. Maybe you've just gotten better. Naruto said simply. Karen shook her head. Spill. What's the deal? Karen asked as she sat down on the grass. Okay. So, Naruto began but his aunt cut him off. Naruto. There's someone here to see you. Aunt Mito's shout echoed through the mansion and Naruto sighed before he got up and left. Karen grumbled. She'd been close to finding out what was distracting him. Groaning in annoyance, Karen went and took a shower in her bathroom. Feeling refreshed, she put on a red dress before. She walked down the stairs. Mum, I'm going out. She shouted and left before Lady Mito could say anything. Karen hummed to herself as she walked out of the gates of the Uzumaki mansion and decided she'd head to the shops. She wanted to look around as she hadn't been given much of a chance to look around and she was still admiring the views. After all, spending a lot of time scavenging for Uzumaki relics and other items in Uzushio was not particularly exciting, especially when your mother was always in a bad mood due to the destruction of her birthplace and home. Unknown to her, she'd already caught the eyes of multiple men, and if she'd been observant, she'd have noticed their glances, and the unrestrained lust in their eyes. There was something exciting about having their way with a beautiful, royal foreigner, according to them. Thankfully, they say ignorance is bliss, and it certainly proved true as Karen never noticed and hence it didn't detract from the beauty she found in Konoha. She did notice the massive discounts given to her by all of the shopkeepers however. She simply chalked it up to generosity. Karen was in a good mood. If she'd actually analyzed the situation, she might have realized that they were simply trying to gain good favor from her for their own reputation and gains. She struggled to lift her shopping bags and gave a short laugh. I should have asked Ashina or Uru to come and help. She gave a yelp as she tripped over a rock. Expecting to land on her face, she closed her eyes. Instead, she was caught by someone who managed to catch her. Her eyes widened. Saw Sasuke. She managed to speak out. He gave her a stare. HN. He said, pretending to not care. But in truth, he was pretty curious about her. She was beautiful, and he knew that she was strong from her clan training. It made him want to know her personally, unlike the useless Banshee on his team. Sure, Sasuke would constantly put down Naruto, but they both knew it was Sakura who was really the useless one, the one who was always scared and the one who always needed help. There was an awkward silence as Karen picked up her bags. Sasuke was never good at conversations anyway. So, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked. Karen facepalmed. I was killing some innocent civilians, isn't it obvious? She said sarcastically. She lifted the shopping bags in front of the shocked Uchiha before continuing to walk. It took the Uchiha a full 10 seconds to realize that she was being sarcastic. He then determined that he couldn't let Karen walk all over him. He had to live up to the Uchiha name, because of his Uchiha pride, more like arrogance, and also because if his father or his brother found out, he'd never hear the end of it. He huffed in annoyance. Karen. Wait up. He said as he ran after her retreating figure. Naruto smiled as he sat down beside Gaara. They'd become best friends almost immediately, and now, Gaara had invited him to a picnic on one of the less populated training grounds. He saw the way Temari and Kankuro fussed over him, and it pleased him that another Jinchuriki was receiving love and attention. So, what do you guys think about the Chunin exams? Naruto asked. He was eating a sandwich and so failed to notice the shared glance between all three Sand siblings. I'm sure we'll have to fight other participants for most of the exams. Temari said. Gaara suddenly stood up. Obaki-sensei wants to talk to me. He said as he waved goodbye and hurriedly walked away. Naruto and Temari stared at him weirdly. I got to restock my puppets. Kankuro said nervously as he dashed off. Temari realized with a jolt that they'd left her all alone with undeniably the cutest guy in the Chunin exams. Not that Sasuke wasn't cool and all, but he was definitely not her type. If there was one thing she didn't want, it was an arrogant prick chasing after her. So Temari said awkwardly. There was an awkward silence where the both of them couldn't look each other in the eye. I really like spending time with you. Naruto said awkwardly. Yeah, same, Temari replied. There was another silence that followed. It seemed to stretch on and on until Naruto finally stood up. I gotta go training. Thanks for the picnic, he said as he gave her a wave. Suddenly he swooped in and gave her a peck on the cheek, grinning with his usual cheeky grin before he dashed off. Temari sat there, blushing intensely. She wasn't not expecting that. She didn't even see it coming. Literally. Alright. A voice boomed across the courtyard to the academy. It's been a week. My name is Iruka and I will be overseeing the entrance into this academy. Once you enter, make your way to the third floor by the large staircase at the end of the hall, where you will hand in your completed admission slips to whatever Chunin or Jonin are standing there, and proceed into the examination room 3A. Iruka opened the doors and all the participants went inside in their teams of 3. Naruto stood there awkwardly with Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom only acknowledged his presence. He caught the eye of the Sand siblings as they entered and he gave Temari a wink, to which she responded by poking her tongue out. Sakura and Sasuke noticed this. Dobi. Sasuke said. Naruto. Why are you interacting with the enemy? Sakura screeched. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I don't have to answer that. He replied. He made his way to the staircase. They walked up the stairs to find a whole bunch of genin being barred entry by 2 kids who looked barely older than them. Naruto scoffed. It's probably genjutsu. I've only walked up 1 flight of stairs, and I know the academy back to front, due to a lifetime of pranks. Naruto walked up to the next flight, not even bothering to wait for Sasuke and Sakura, who had exposed the genjutsu, thinking themselves to be superior. He found the examination room 3A where Kakashi was standing there. Hey Naruto. Where's your team members? Kakashi asked with a smile. They are too slow. Naruto said as he handed Kakashi his slip. Kakashi smiled. Well, you can't enter until they arrive and hand in their slips. Kakashi explained, but just then, a slightly bruised and scowling Sasuke entered with Sakura right behind. Kakashi could faintly hear the shouts of, Lee. Guy-sensei. He shivered, suddenly feeling rather cold. Okay, you may enter. He said as he took the slips, and watched the team enter. Not a moment later, a crying Lee and Guy walked into the hall with Tenten and Neji. Kakashi smiled, but on the inside was feeling relieved. He didn't have to witness the extremely awkward and cringeworthy dubbed, Guy and Lee, show. Inside, Sasuke was bombarded by Ino and the other rookie 9 genin approached them. Alright. You made it. Kiba hollered. Then they noticed that the orange ninja wasn't there. Where's Naruto? Kiba asked. Was he too scared to come? He continued. Sasuke looked away and Sakura pointed at Naruto. Kiba and the others took a step back and admired his outfit. Wow. Kiba said. Did you think I'd be wearing orange my entire life? Naruto asked sarcastically. He already knew the answer. He looked to his left and noticed Tamari giggling with her brothers while sneaking glances at him. Tamari. He said loudly, waving to her before he walked over to join her and her brothers. Meanwhile, a Leaf Genin with glasses approached the rookie 9 minus Naruto. You need to keep it down. He reprimanded. And who are you to talk? Kiba retorted. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. This is my 7th try of the Chunin exams, so I guess you could say I'm a veteran. He replied. Sasuke snorted. Of course, being a veteran, I have some information to help you rookies if you want. I can find some info on whoever you want with these info cards. Kabuto explained as he held out a deck of orange cards. Sasuke stepped forward. Give me information on Rock Lee, and Gaara. He paused for a moment. Then added. And also Naruto Uzumaki. The rest of the rookies crowded around him. They'd be lying if they said they weren't interested in Naruto and Gaara. Rock Lee, he's about a year older, 11 C ranks and 20 D ranks. Squad leader is Gai Sensei and his taijutsu has improved tremendously. His teammates are Neji Hyuga and Tenten. Kabuto placed another card down. Gaara, he's done. 8 B ranks and an A rank. But he's never been injured before, not even a scratch. Kabuto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I don't know much about Sand Ninja, so Naruto Uzumaki was it. He asked and Sasuke nodded intently. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 6 inches. He's completed 2 A rank missions and 20 D rank missions. He's shown no genjutsu skills, he's been able to adapt and master the clan style like it was second nature. His ninjutsu seems to be limited to his shadow clones, although I don't have much information. His teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Kabuto said as he read his info card. Sasuke frowned. But we only did 1 A rank mission. Sasuke said. He looked at the blonde who was chatting away with the Suna shinobi. What secrets could he be hiding? And what clan? I thought his clan was non-existent. Of course Sasuke still did not realize the full impact of what happened the week before when Lady Mito had addressed her nephew. Suddenly there he is a commotion out the window. All of the genin turned around to look. There was a group of citizens chatting excitedly. Apparently the heir of the Uzumaki clan will be officially recognized as crown prince after the Chunin exams. One of them said. The Sand siblings looked at Naruto who blushed and looked away. Kankuro nudged Tamari and she blushed. Yeah, I just hope the demon doesn't kill the heir. Demons tend to do stuff like that, that's why there's gonna be Anbu guards all over the place. The chatting continued and Gaara was wide-eyed in shock. He'd had no idea that his friend was having it as bad as he was. Meanwhile, the 8 rookies didn't have a clue what they were talking about. Heir. Demon. They questioned. Kabuto smirked to himself. They were dumber than he thought. It only made his job easier. Well, there was a sudden loud bang followed by a poof of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the startled genin found themselves looking at a scared ninja who had behind him a large cohort of other ninja. Alright, you maggots, settle down. My name is Ibiki Morino and I'm your proctor for the first part of the exams. He gestured with his hand and the Chunin and Jonin behind him moved themselves to the seats that were placed by the walls. This is a written test. There are 10 questions for you to answer, of which question 10 will be delivered verbally. Each question is worth 1 point. Get 1 wrong and you get a point deducted from your team score. If your team score is 0, you will be eliminated. If you get caught cheating, the ninja on the seats will mark your name down. If you are caught 3 times, you and your team fail. Got that? Ibiki said as he started placing the test paper onto the tables. Line up at the back, and my assistant will assign you numbers. Be sure to stand next to your team. Everyone gulped at his straightforward attitude but lined up anyway. His assistant began to assign numbers to everyone, pointing out which numbered seat they'd be sitting at, and effectively splitting up the teams. Sakura and Sasuke gulped as they realized that Naruto would probably not even answer a single question. Alright, everyone, sit down. You have 60 minutes to complete this exam. The start time is 12:30 and the finish time is 1:30. The time now is 12:29. You have until the bell rings at 1:24 to answer the first 9 questions before I give you the final question. I must also remind you that if you do not answer anything, I will disqualify you. Good luck, although you maggots don't have enough of it. I'm taking the time from this clock here. Begin. Ibiki said as the bell rang. His assistant leaned forward. There are so many candidates this year. Are you sure we can eliminate enough of them? He asked. Ibiki turned around and grinned. Certainly. He raised his hands and cast a subtle, but unnoticed genjutsu on the clock, accelerating the time. Ibiki turned back and watched the genin. He could already see some cheating, but they were being marked down and noted. He saw also some interesting methods of cheating that were ingenious, and very hard to catch out. The Sharingan being used, the Byakugan, he even found the Sand Eye to be very interesting too. He saw as some of the genin looked up at the clock. He grinned to himself. The genin soon began to check the time individually and they were all beginning to panic. It had only been about 5 minutes into the exam, but the clock already read 12:45. Naruto scratched his head. The questions made no sense to him at all. He knew he'd not be able to answer any of them. He sighed. Written tests were not his forte. He surreptitiously activated a seal on his wrist, one that he'd been experimenting with and it apparently was successful. It was his storage seal, mixed in with an anti-detection seal which had managed to fool the ninja checking for unauthorized material. He skimmed the contents of the papers he'd sealed inside before sealing them back inside. Then he set forth happily answering the questions. Even if the instructors saw him, it would only be classified as cheating once. Which meant he could get away with it again. But only if he needed to. Sasuke was sweating as he read the questions then glanced at the clock. The time seemed to be flying past really quickly. He glanced up and took a quick look around, seeing most students struggling. However, the one in front of him was writing down answers like he knew them. Surging chakra into his eyes, he turned on his Sharingan and began to copy the hand movements. Sakura almost screamed in joy. She'd studied all about these topics in her spare time. If the first exam was this easy, she knew she'd get 100% for the whole Chunin exam and be promoted to Chunin in no time. She neglected to remember that Ibiki had said that this was the written portion of the Chunin exams. 36. Get up. Your team is out. A ninja from the side said. The disgraced genin and his team filed out. As the genjutsu on the clock inched closer and closer to 124, more and more ninja were being eliminated. Ibiki smiled. His genjutsu was delivering results, it seemed. Alright. 124. Pencils down. He said as he deactivated his genjutsu, to reveal the clock had been only at 1 o'clock but the assistant had quickly taken it down. Then the door opened and Kankuro stepped in, being followed by a ninja as he returned from his toilet break. Nice toilet break, yes. Ibiki asked him. No matter, the answers you've obtained will have no use here. It's time for the final question. He saw every remaining genin sit up straighter. However, before I proceed, I must tell you that when you sit this final question, and you get it wrong, you will not only be eliminated from the Chunin exams, but will remain a genin forever. You will not be allowed into another genin exam. There was a massive uproar. But you can't do that. I know someone who had been in multiple Chunin exams. Kiba shouted. Tough luck, brat. This year I make the rules. However, choose to quit not and you may be allowed to enter in the next Chunin exams for another time. One by one, a number of hands began to rise up and they were let out of the exam room. Finally, the only ones left were the ones willing to take the risk. Sakura continued to debate but she saw no hesitation from Sasuke, and surprisingly, none from Naruto. So she decided to stay put. Because she had absolute faith in her and her Sasuke to get the question right, which would mean that their team score wouldn't be 0 and Naruto surely wasn't dumb enough to leave it blank. Right. Alright then, you all pass. Ibiki said. Everyone stared at him in shock for a moment. Wait, what's the 10th question? Tamari asked as she struggled to make sense of it all. There was none. I gave you all an ultimatum. It's basically the same as a high-rank mission. Information is the most important thing for any shinobi to have. It's even more valuable sometimes than a person's life. If you choose not to partake, then you will lose advantages left and right. After all, this information, you have nothing to lose but everything to gain if you go after it. Ibiki said as he took off his bandana to show the deep scars on his head. And then right before he opened his mouth to talk, he ducked just as a person swung into the room like a monkey, throwing a banner out which read, "Congratulations," and a woman with purple hair wearing a light brown trench coat eating a dango struck a pose. Wait, what? Ibiki 72 people. That's 24 teams, she questioned him. First of all, you're early, and secondly, this bunch is much braver than the others. He replied. Alright, anyway. I'm your second proctor. Name's Anko Mitarashi, and if you take my dango I will kill you. Anyway. Meet me at training ground 44 for your next exam. She then jumped out the window, leaving the shocked Genin just staring at the banner. Ibiki gave a cough. You should get going, he said. The room cleared in a matter of seconds. What's he like? A sound Jonin instructor asked. He's unaware. He will be an easy target. The silver-haired leaf Genin replied. Good. Right. This is training ground 44, or as I like to call it, the forest of death. Anko said a tad bit too happily. The Genin all shivered. Once inside, you will all have to survive for at most 5 days. Within the time limit, you will have to fight other teams and acquire the counterpart scroll. You will be given in that tent over there, a scroll of heaven or earth. You must collect both and head to the center located in the middle of the forest and hand in both scrolls to pass. All 3 members must be present, and you may not open these scrolls. Sign these forms and you are free to enter, and I am not held eligible for any deaths that may occur. Anko said as she handed out a whole bunch of forms. The teams all lined up to hand in their forms and receive their gate number and scroll. Sasuke looked at Sakura and Naruto. I'll carry the scroll, said Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. Let me, he said. Sasuke and Sakura glared at him. No way. You'll just lose it or get it stolen from you. Sakura screeched. Naruto sighed. Shut it, Sakura. I've got a storage seal on my wrist. So no, I won't lose it and it won't be stolen. He shouted at her. Sasuke grunted. Fine. They went inside the tent. Anko smiled as they handed in their forms. Gate number 17. And here's your scroll, she said, holding out a covered box. Naruto reached in and grabbed one out. It was just a plain scroll which was tied with string with the character for Earth on it. Head to your gate number and await the start signal from the ninja in charge of the gate. Anko said as they walked out. Right. Let's do this, Sasuke said as he looked at Sakura then Naruto. Alright, Sakura said. Let's go, Naruto said, looking at them both with a smile. For once, Sasuke and Sakura actually smiled back. Hey, you smiled, Sakura stuttered out. Sasuke immediately changed back into his dark emo death prince attitude. HN. Chapter 7 inches ya know, you could at least be pleasant, Naruto said as Sasuke continued to glare at him. They'd been walking around in the forest of death for several hours now, and they had not come across another team as of yet. Sasuke continued to be rude and unpleasant, to the point where even Sakura had decided to walk up front with Naruto. Suddenly, a kunai was thrown at them and they all jumped back instinctively, each one taking a kunai out. 3 aimed genin stepped out of the bush, waving their kunai around menacingly. Hand us your scroll, and we'll let you live, one of them said. Sasuke glared at them. There's no way we are doing that, he replied in anger. Naruto unsheathed his katana which was strapped to his back and held it in front of him with 2 hands. He looked at Sasuke and Sasuke nodded back. Naruto sprinted forward, letting his sword drag behind him as he ran towards the leading aim genin. Sasuke gathered chakra into his legs and jumped straight up, twisting around to get into position and threw several shuriken and kunai at them. Sakura just stood there and watched in awe. Naruto clashed his katana against the aim genin before jumping backwards to dodge a kunai thrust. When he landed, they all heard a roaring sound which seemed to come from far away. A large gust of wind hit them all, forcing Sasuke, Sakura and the aim genin to duck for cover and dive to the side. Naruto was unlucky enough to be caught in the middle, being picked up and slammed into the tree trunk directly behind him. The 3 aim ninja recovered first and stood to attack, but quickly, several snakes appeared from the ground and hit their throats, killing them instantly, before dragging them away. A sinister chakra leaked into the area and along with it came a man with long black hair, a pale white face and yellow eyes glowing in the gloom of the forest. Sasuke and Sakura fell to the knees from the sheer pressure of the killing intent and dark aura being emitted from the man. They were paralyzed in fear, seeing their own deaths flash before their eyes. The man ignored them both, chuckling as he approached the dazed and stunned Naruto. He approached him and picked him up, ripping away his shirt in the process. He held up his right hand and his fingertips began to glow with the 5 elemental chakra natures. 5-pronged seal. He placed the 5 fingertips onto the seal on Naruto's stomach, which caused him to scream and collapse in pain. Sasuke and Sakura watched in horror as the man leaned over and bit Naruto's neck, leaving a seal consisting of 3 slightly curved lines. He then threw the screaming Jinchuriki to the side and turned back to face Sasuke and Sakura. What did you do to him? Sasuke finally managed to speak. The man laughed. My name is Orochimaru. I've simply shared with him some of my power. He smiled cynically at Sakura and Sasuke's reaction. With the 5-pronged seal, I've also prevented any interference by the Kyuubi. That Uzumaki bloodline will be mine, and I will discover the unique qualities it possesses, which gives the Uzumaki the famed stamina, endurance and long natural life, and embed it into my immortality jutsu. Orochimaru thought. First of all, Sasuke. I'll see you later, I can also impart some of my power into you too. All you have to do, is find me. Orochimaru said as he formed a hand seal. His neck extended and he reached over to bite the still frozen Sasuke in the neck when a fist smashed into the side of his face, causing him to stumble back. He turned and saw Naruto, curse marks spreading over his body. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Impossible, to think the Uzumaki bloodline is perfect for assimilating the curse seals. He licked his lips with his ridiculously long tongue. Suddenly Naruto arched his back and fell over in pain, clawing at the curse mark on his neck. Of course, he hasn't fully been able to assimilate it. But it would be prudent to send him elsewhere for now. Orochimaru laughed as he saw Sasuke and Sakura's worried faces. So you do worry about your demon friend after all. Orochimaru said and watched as their faces twisted in confusion. Tiger right pointing arrow, ox right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, rabbit right pointing arrow, snake. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Another large gust of wind slammed into Naruto and he was sent flying through the forest. Orochimaru stared after him for a moment. What did you do? Sasuke shouted angrily, his eyes morphing into that of the Sharingan. Orochimaru turned back to him. Ah, the Sharingan, well, I simply sent him out of reach so he wouldn't interfere, but Orochimaru stopped and looked around. I'll see you later, Sasuke. And then he was gone. Just as sudden as he had appeared, he was gone. Sasuke and Sakura fell down, released from the paralyzing genjutsu that had been cast on them both. Not a minute went by when the proctor appeared in front of them. Anko? Sakura asked. From all the books she'd read, it was uncommon for the proctor to be in the actual arena where the second exam was taking place. I felt an unusually large chakra here. Did anything happen? Are you guys alright? Anko asked. I thought for sure I felt Orochimaru's chakra here just a moment ago. Sakura went to speak when Sasuke stepped forward. Nothing happened. He said angrily. Anko looked at him. Okay then, Duckbutt, where's your teammate? She asked, a little pissed off at the Uchiha's attitude. He's gone toilet. Sasuke lied. She glared at him for a second. Well, I don't need to remind you that you can only pass as a team of 3, so get a move on. She said as she jumped off in the direction she felt Orochimaru's presence at. There was a muted scream from the condensed sand as blood soaked it. Kankuro stared at it while Tamari simply turned and gagged slightly. Gaara sighed. Well, he wouldn't surrender the scroll. He said. Yeah. Kankuro muttered. Please. Ever since that Lady Mito changed my seal, I can barely feel any influence from the demon. Gaara said as he walked over and collected the scroll. You haven't forgotten about our original mission, right? Kankuro said as he looked at Tamari. She glared at him. How could I forget? She muttered sarcastically. She'd been getting sleepless, wondering about her mission and her feelings for Naruto. It didn't help that she knew she'd have to betray Naruto when the order came. One way or the other, she knew her father and Baki-sensei would not be pleased. Suddenly, a body was thrown right at the 3 of them along with a gust of wind. Gaara immediately threw up his sand to protect them from the wind, which Tamari knew was a jutsu, and they could hear the muted thud of the body, and some bones cracking. They all winced. Gaara let down his sand and a familiar-looking blonde-haired genin was lying on the ground. Naruto. Tamari screamed. He looked horrible. His clothes were all ripped, he had numerous scars, scratches and cuts on his body, and he was bleeding from several places. But what troubled them was that none of the wounds seemed to be healing. Tamari ran forward, dropping her fan as she cradled the unconscious boy. Kankuro threw up his hands in defeat. Great. Tamari got attached. He muttered. Gaara turned and stared at him. Kankuro glared back at Gaara. Don't tell me you've also gotten attached, Gaara. Kankuro said. Gaara said nothing and Kankuro sighed and stomped off to clear his head. Gaara turned back and was shocked to see his sister with tears in her eyes as she cradled the blonde's head. Shut up. Just shut up. I don't want to hear it. Gaara heard her say. He knelt down beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He'll be fine. He's a Jinchuriki. He's going to heal fast. Gaara said, which seemed to calm her down. She brushed his hair to the side and stared at the face. It was one which she'd grown to love in the short time she'd known him. But she'd never admit it even if she knew in her heart that she'd fallen in love. He couldn't possibly love a girl from another village, and surely the prince would have his own lover from the leaf. Not to mention that she had to betray the leaf at some point down the line. Let's leave him and go. Kankuro said coldly when he returned. Both Gaara and Tamari glared at him. There's no way we are leaving him behind. Look at his state. He's half dead. The least we could do is take him to the tower so that he can be healed. Tamari said. That's right. Spoke a new voice. Standing there was a tall man with long black hair, done up in a ponytail. He wore standard Anbu uniform minus the mask, and he had the Uchiha symbol on his shirt. Itachi. They heard another new voice and Sasuke Uchiha walked into the clearing. I'm here on Hokage's orders. Team 7 is to retreat and back out of the Chunin exams. Itachi said. Sasuke immediately glared and activated his Sharingan, trying to look intimidating. Hey, we can still get to the tower with a second scroll. We still have 4 days. He shouted. Sakura nodded, clinging onto his arm. Itachi sighed. And your teammate? In his current state, he'll die. Lord Hokage and Lady Mito want to take a look at him. After all, he did fight Orochimaru. Itachi said nonchalantly. Sasuke growled. So did I. He retorted. My crow says you didn't even move. Itachi said flatly, as he scooped up Naruto from the sand Kunoichi's arms. Will Naruto be fine? She asked, worry evident in her voice and eyes. Gaara nodded as he looked at Itachi. Itachi smiled. He will be fine. Itachi walked over to Sasuke and Sakura. We are leaving now to the Hokage's office. And with that, Itachi shunshined with the 3 Team 7 genin out of the Forest of Death. Okay. Now can we go? Kankuro asked. Orochimaru is indeed strong and sly. The Hokage said as he looked down at the unconscious body of Naruto in the hospital. Lady Mito nodded, grabbing Karen's hand and squeezing it tightly, evidence of her worry for her nephew. No doubt he wanted him to experiment on the bloodline. Lady Mito said. Can you remove Orochimaru's curse mark? The Hokage asked plainly. No, I cannot. This curse mark has Orochimaru's Senjutsu chakra in it. Only someone with Sage chakra can possibly counteract it. Which means Jiraiya needs to be here. I can supervise the removal, but Jiraiya needs to use his Sage chakra to remove it himself. Lady Mito explained. The Hokage grunted. I'll send word for Jiraiya. Immediately. Itachi. You stay on guard. Orochimaru may be back for more. He's also after the Sharingan, from what your brother said. The Hokage said and Itachi nodded. As Lady Mito and Itachi left, the Hokage stood and watched Naruto a little while longer. Of all the things you've had to endure, I'm sorry Naruto, but you'll have to endure the pain of the curse mark until Jiraiya gets here. The Hokage turned to leave when the door opened and revealed a Sand Kunoichi. Ah. Tamari, wasn't it? The Hokage asked. Tamari bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord Hokage. She replied. He smiled. Thank you for helping care for Naruto in the forest. He's like a grandson to me, and it's nice to know that such bonds of friendship can be formed even in such dangerous times as we live in. She blushed upon hearing the Hokage's words. Cherish the bonds of love and friendship. Together they form the will of fire and it will never be extinguished so long as you continue to believe and fight for it. The Hokage said, imparting some words of wisdom to the Kazekage's daughter as he left the room. Tell Naruto I said that when he wakes up. Chapter 8 Tamari watched over the still form of Naruto as he lay in the hospital bed. Occasionally, he'd twitch and groan but otherwise he was completely still and quiet. Surprisingly, no one had come to visit him. Even though he was the heir to the Uzumaki clan, and good-looking, Tamari hadn't seen a single person come to visit. Which made Tamari curious. Had they stationed guards around that prevented visitors? If so, was she going to be removed from the room? Tamari had a whole bunch of questions that she wanted answers to. There was a moment of silence as Tamari stared out the window before she could distinctly hear footsteps approaching the hospital room. The door opened and in walked a red-haired girl who was clutching flowers. She looked familiar to Tamari but she couldn't remember where she'd seen her from. Naruto, the redhead said softly as she laid the flowers down. Tamari felt a stab of pain in her heart. Is she the one who Naruto's in love with? She wondered. The redhead looked up and saw her. Oh hi. I didn't see you there at first. She said, a little awkwardly. A long silence ensued as both girls didn't know what to say. Karen thought Tamari was Naruto's girlfriend, and vice versa. So hi. Tamari said at last. Hi, what's your name? My name is Karen Uzumaki. Karen said as she tried to start a conversation. Tamari lightened up. Oh right, she's his cousin. My name is Tamari and I'm from the Sand Village. Sasuke walked along the streets, fuming slightly. His team was disqualified from the Chunin exams all because of that stupid snake bastard. He sighed. Would he even be able to make Chunin? It would be embarrassing, but it wasn't his fault so the Uchiha pride would not be dented. After all, it was outside interference on one of his teammates which disqualified his team. Sasuke was bored. Sakura had gone home early, obviously a little upset that she couldn't make Chunin, but if Sasuke was going to be completely honest, she was useless anyway and wouldn't ever make Chunin in her current state. He suddenly felt lonely, and frowned. I'm not lonely, I have Itachi. I have my friends. He thought. Then he saw the blonde Kunoichi from the sand leaving the hospital with a red-haired girl next to her. As they parted ways, he realized with a start that it was Karen. He scowled. He'd still yet to win a verbal encounter with her, and it irked him how she always had a reply for his remarks. He sighed. Then she fell over. She'd tripped over and was now on the ground. Sasuke grimaced, before looking around. And curse my luck, I'm the only person here. Sasuke scowled before he decided to help her. He took a step forward but then saw someone leap down from the rooftops and help her up. His eyes widened fractionally when he saw it was Kiba. What in the world is going on today? He muttered to himself. And then they turned to look at him. He quickly scowled, glaring at them before walking past them both. Hey Sasuke. Kiba said. Hi. Karen greeted. HN. Was Sasuke's reply as he walked past them. Although he did feel lonely again when he looked back at Kiba and Karen and a little hurt. Something must be wrong with my heart. Maybe I have a disease. Sasuke mumbled as he continued walking. Karen liked Konoha. Everyone was nice, and it was a pleasant place with lots of places to explore. And the people were always helpful. Like Kiba, for instance, who was walking with her right now. She observes Kiba to be usually loud and talkative and fun, but right now, he was quieter than a mouse. What's the matter, Kiba? Karen asked when she was sick and tired of the silence as they walked. Oh, nothing, was he reply. Why weren't you talking then? Karen continued relentlessly. Kiba gulped. I was just thinking. He answered, sounding very unconvincing. Well, I just hope Naruto's alright. Karen sighed. Kiba immediately snapped his head up and looked at her sharply. What's with Naruto? Why is it everything about him? What's so special about him anyway? Kiba shouted angrily, and jealously. Karen stopped walking. He's my cousin. Of course I'm going to be worried about him. He got attacked by Orochimaru. One of the Sannin. Karen shouted back in his face before stomping off. Geez, the village people are crazy sometimes. There's that Uchiha with the continuous mood swings and then there's Kiba, the guy who also apparently has mood swings too. Karen walked the rest of the way back to the Uzumaki mansion alone. Kiba had twice tried to walk with her and apologize but Karen had simply ignored him and told him to go away. Upon reaching the doors, they were opened by Uru and Ashina. Hello, Lady Karen. They both greeted in perfect unison. Hi. She replied. Where's my mother? She asked. Ashina pointed upwards. In her bedroom. He told her and Karen nodded before running up the stairs, much to the amusement of the two guards. Mum. Karen shouted as she barged into her mother's bedroom. Lady Mito was sitting in the bed, in the middle of making a seal. Yes dear. She answered with infinite patience, something that Karen wished she could have. When is Jiraiya coming? Karen asked. She was worried about her cousin's welfare. He was pale and tended to move a lot, even in his state of unconsciousness. Very soon. A couple of days. Lady Mito said as she returned to her seal making. Karen sat down and watched her mother draw symbols for a while. What are you making? Karen asked curiously. Lady Mito allowed a brief smile to show on her face. It's a seal. I'm trying to design a seal which can counteract Orochimaru's curse mark, without the use of Jiraiya's Senjutsu chakra. As you know, Orochimaru injects his own Senjutsu chakra as a part of the curse mark, which then, when activated, give the user something akin to someone using Sage mode. Of course it doesn't last long, and it also damages the user in the long run. Karen nodded thoughtfully as she processed the information. So, you need some sort of Senjutsu chakra to counter other Senjutsu chakra? Karen asked. Lady Mito stopped working and shook her head. No. But, Senjutsu, or Sage mode is acquired by taking in nature energy to use as a chakra source, which is much stronger than normal chakra. That is why, unless your chakra is strong enough, or you have enough chakra, you can overpower Orochimaru's curse mark. Unfortunately, Orochimaru is strong enough that his chakra alone is more potent than most people, and his Senjutsu chakra makes it also impossible to remove the curse mark. That's why we need Jiraiya. Of course, if we had, say, the Totsuka blade, which can seal away anything, then it would be easy. They both jumped slightly when they heard a rapid knocking at the bedroom door. Lady Mito. Lady Karen. It's the prince. He's awake. Ashina's voice was heard through the door and the both looked at each other. Let's go. The trip to the hospital was eventful, to say the least. They had drawn a lot of the civilians' attention, and people were beginning to gather around, wondering why the prince wasn't with them and why they were heading to the hospital. Of course, some of them figured out that the prince was in hospital, but no one knew why. They had yet to see the prince anyway. Of course, the movement also drew the attention of some shinobi, namely, one Danzo Shimura. He was watching them from the shadows, his left eye constantly scrutinizing them. For the good of the village, he'd do anything. Of course, the Uzumaki clan residing in Konoha, even if temporary brought increased trade, foreign leaders would be more like to visit, etc., but he was more interested in the clan styles. Danzo knew that the Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu were second to none, and if he was able to implement such styles into his root training, they'd be a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps even allow him to upset the current power and usher him in as the new Hokage. Or perhaps he could simply have the upper hand and coerce Hiruzen into doing things his way. After all, his methods were always for the village. I need to keep an eye on them. Danzo muttered and a root ninja nodded. Consider it done, Lord Danzo. The ninja replied before disappearing. Then Danzo's eye narrowed. That slippery Orochimaru is trying to interfere far too much for his own good. Naruto dear. Lady Mito's voice carried into the hospital room where Naruto was currently lying down on the hospital bed. Aunt Mito. He replied. She gazed worriedly at his body for a moment. He was pale, sweating and looked like he'd run a marathon. That curse mark has taken its toll on his body. Being a Jinchuriki makes it easier to assimilate foreign chakra, due to having had foreign chakra in his body for so long, not to mention his bloodline, which isn't helping right now. Lady Mito analyzed as Karen sat down on the chair next to the bed. We will be able to remove such a curse mark. But we need to wait for Jiraiya to arrive before that can happen. Lady Mito said. Naruto nodded. There was a bustle of activity outside the door as a doctor fought her way through the crowds of civilians who were itching to see what the prince looked like, before the doctor made her way to the door, opening it and slamming it shut in their faces in record time. Alright then, Naruto Uzumaki. I'll need to perform some necessary checks on you before you are cleared for leave from the hospital. She said as she placed a clipboard down. Her hair was blonde and worn in two pigtails, which reminded him of Tamari. Strange to be thinking about that Suna Kunoichi, but Naruto was still struggling to come to grips with everything. Ah. Tsunade Senju. Lady Mito said as she approached the doctor. Tsunade blinked in surprise. She'd only just arrived in Konoha and had greeted her old sensei, only to be told to go and check on Naruto. And now she was meeting a distant relative of hers, which she then guessed that Naruto must also be one of hers too. She briefly thought back to her family tree, her niece on her grandmother's side of the family tree. Ah, Mito. Tsunade replied in a similar fashion. They'd almost never talked to each other before, only having talked briefly once at Kushina's wedding, because they were distant relatives. I've only just come back. That old man called for me and Jiraiya. What's the matter? Tsunade asked as she raised a hand and allowed her chakra to coat it, glowing a brilliant green as she began to apply her medical chakra around his body. Orochimaru attacked and placed a curse mark on Naruto. Lady Mito replied. Tsunade frowned. Orochimaru. What does he want with Naruto though? She thought as she continued to scan his body. Alright. Looks like everything is fine. She muttered before she took a look over at Naruto's curse mark. Tsunade stared at it for a moment. What's the deal with the curse mark? She asked. Lady Mito was silent for a moment. We need Jiraiya's Senjutsu chakra to remove it. She said. Ah. I saw that pervert in the hot springs about 2 days away from Konoha. I'd say he's taking his time. Tsunade said as she left the room, closing the door again so that the civilians wouldn't enter. Chapter 9. The spiky, white-haired man stared down at Naruto's back. He eyed the curse mark with disgust. Orochimaru, he whispered. He looked over at Lady Mito. It's done, she said as she finished drawing a seal on a scroll. I've been working on this for ages. It will draw out Orochimaru's Senjutsu chakra from the seal and then the seal on Naruto's body will disperse. But, of course, with such potent chakra, we'd need your chakra to do the actual sealing. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade was on there to lend a hand should Naruto need medical assistance, and to also monitor his health. Sarutobi and 2 other Anbu were stationed there as well. Let's begin. Jiraiya said as he clapped his hands together. He stood stock still, his eyes closed and his hands remained clapped together. Lady Mito formed a half-tiger seal and the scroll's seal began to glow. It will take some time for me to prepare the seal. Lady Mito said. It should be enough time for me. Jiraiya replied. A little while later, Jiraiya's eyes opened, and his appearance had changed. He took on more toad-like features, and 2 small toads, Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima were now seated on his shoulders. Jiraiya boy, why have you called us here? Lord Fukasaku asked. We need to remove Orochimaru's curse mark from Naruto. He replied, feeling the sage mode chakra flowing through his body. What? The child of prophecy? Lady Shima asked, and she received a nod. Ready. Lady Mito said, and the procedure began. Jiraiya forced his Senjutsu chakra into the seal, forcefully opening it. The curse mark began to spread out around Naruto's body. At the same time, Lady Mito's seal began to act, drawing the curse mark out of Naruto's body, and into the scroll. It was a long and painful process, and Hiruzen had winced multiple times. It wasn't the easiest thing for him to watch. Neither was it for anyone there. Tsunade had to look away multiple times as the screaming grew ever louder, her hands shaking from the effort and amount of chakra she'd used to keep Naruto's body from sustaining damage. Sasuke. A tall man spoke as he stepped from the trees, where Sasuke was training. Sasuke stopped and looked up at the man. He froze in terror when he realized it was Orochimaru. Time for me to give you some of my power, ku. Orochimaru grinned, licking his lips as he approached the fear-stricken Uchiha. Stop, Orochimaru. Another voice was heard and the Sannin immediately took a step back as Itachi appeared. My, Itachi. It's been far too long, really it has. Orochimaru said, his eyes and ambitious mind turning to Itachi, Sasuke all but forgotten. Orochimaru raised his arm but it was chopped off immediately. What? A genjutsu? Orochimaru uttered in surprise. Your Sharingan is so strong. Itachi rolled his eyes, before morphing them into their Mangekyo Sharingan forms. Tsukuyomi. He whispered and Orochimaru was immediately brought into a red and black world, where he was tied upon a cross. Itachi wasted no words, instead, unsheathing a katana and stabbing Orochimaru with it. The process continued to repeat, but the sadistic Sannin only grinned. Outside of the Tsukuyomi, Itachi and Sasuke watched as Orochimaru fell down. Then a second later, it was all over. Orochimaru opened his mouth and a second form of himself crawled out, slick with saliva. Itachi-kun, there's no way I'd try and face an Uchiha without some counterplay, like this. Orochimaru chuckled. Your Tsukuyomi is ineffective against me, he said. Itachi sighed. He knew Orochimaru was a scheming bastard, but he didn't know that Orochimaru had gotten a hold of some Sharingan eyes. That was what shocked Itachi. Orochimaru was laughing. You see Itachi, I happened to come across several Uchiha after you, and they've been very helpful. Orochimaru grinned. Itachi's face paled. The missing Uchiha, no more like kidnapped and killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru continued to laugh as he closed his eyes once more. Itachi had had enough. He grabbed his kunai, and appeared beside Orochimaru, slicing straight through his body. Orochimaru cried out in pain. Stop messing around, Orochimaru. Itachi said. Very well, came a disjointed voice, as another Orochimaru crawled out of the two halves of his previous body. They joined themselves together with snakes, which looked really disgusting to the younger Uchiha. Sasuke turned around and vomited. You see, Itachi, it took me a long time to get these to work for me, a lot of experimenting, a lot of wasted eyes, but in the end, it worked. Orochimaru said. He opened his eyes, and two red Sharingan blazed in them. Itachi glared at him. And I had to kill Kabuto as well. But that didn't matter too much. Orochimaru said with a sick smile. Itachi watched in horror as the eyes changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Too bad, the chakra drain is too much, of course, that's why I need a real Uchiha, a living, young one. Orochimaru said, looking at Sasuke. Run Sasuke. I'll deal with him. Itachi said. Orochimaru grinned. Good because I've been waiting to test out my new skills. He ripped half of his shirt off to reveal the face of Hashirama Senju etched into his skin. What kind of sick freak are you? Itachi asked, readying his kunai. Tiger right pointing arrow ram right pointing arrow snake, wood style. Deep forest emergence. Orochimaru shouted as a large cluster of tree began to grow from the ground, twisting around Itachi's body, and trapping him in place. Orochimaru laughed. This is perfect, he said as he watched Itachi burst into crows and reform on the branch. The two Mangekyo Sharingan stared each other down. You may have the Mangekyo, but you will never be able to use it. Itachi said. Oh, I will, that's why I need that Uzumaki brat as well. Orochimaru said with a grin. His DNA holds the key to my immortality jutsu, as well as unlocking the secrets of Senjutsu, and the precious Sharingan, he is the key to infinite power. Orochimaru said as he looked at Itachi. But you've already lost. Itachi said. Your use of the Mangekyo isn't nearly as good as mine, nor is yours as strong. Itachi said. Orochimaru realized that Itachi's head was now protruding from his arm. Genjutsu. But how? Orochimaru shouted. My name is Itachi Uchiha, the Uchiha Prodigy, your Sharingan is merely from a second-rate civilian. Itachi said, although it pained him to talk down on the previous owner of the eyes. Orochimaru screamed as he realized he was frozen in place, unable to resist Itachi's genjutsu. These eyes will belong to us once more. Itachi said as he cut them out of Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru screamed. It wasn't in pain. It was one resulting from anger and frustration. I'll get you for this. Itachi. Mark my words. Orochimaru said as he vomited up another version of himself, with his normal eyes present. Orochimaru swiftly formed a snake seal and his legs turned into that of a snake's tail. Itachi watched as Orochimaru slithered away, back into the forest and to leave Konoha. He looked at the two Sharingan in his hand, before he dropped them onto the ground. Tiger right pointing arrow ram right pointing arrow monkey right pointing arrow boar right pointing arrow horse right pointing arrow tiger. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Itachi took a breath and blew out a great fireball, watching as the Sharingan were burned to crisps, allowing no one to ever use them again. I'll have to tell Lord Hokage and Kakashi. Itachi muttered to himself as he turned around and left. Orochimaru seethed in anger. Itachi had burned his most successful Sharingan eyes. All the others were failed experiments, but this one had worked for him. Fortunately he still had his wood style from Hashirama's DNA which he'd cultivated. Naruto awoke. His entire body was sore over, but it seemed to have been a long time since he'd been admitted into the hospital. He had heard the results of the preliminaries and was surprised, as well as pissed that Neji had almost killed Hinata. Getting out of bed, he found that someone had undressed him. It was probably Ashina. He selected a black shirt and black pants, with a blue sleeveless cloak, and wore his Uzumaki necklace, which had belonged to his mother. He opened the door of his bedroom and was immediately jumped on by Karen. Naruto. She squealed happily. She was glad that her cousin was safe. Lately, she'd been the center of attention of the Konoha genin, all asking her about Naruto and this and that, and it was really starting to annoy her. Plus, she had some questions of her own. Oof, Karen, what's going on? He asked. Karen looked at him before adjusting her glasses. Kiba and Sasuke are so weird. Sasuke looks like he's constipated whenever I talk or walk with him, and Kiba just never talks. What's up with them? Karen asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He'd never seen those sides of them before. I don't know. But something is definitely weird. Naruto answered. A deep booming laugh was heard by Naruto from his mind and he didn't even know whether he should be amused or annoyed at the fox. Apparently being dense runs in the family. Joked the fox from inside Naruto and Naruto pondered on what that meant for a moment. Let's go. The ceremony is starting. Karen said. Naruto was puzzled. Hold on, what ceremony? Karen, I've been unconscious and whatnot for a couple of days. Naruto said. Oh right. It's your ceremony. This is the official ceremony which announces you as the Uzumaki clan heir, and appoints you crown prince, not like there are any other candidates, for the clan. Karen said as she dragged him along with her down the stairs. Wait what? Slow down, crown prince. Yes. Okay. They arrived at the gates of the mansion, only to be met with a large crowd of cheering civilians, where the cheering seemed to swell as the figure of the prince appeared. Ashina and Uru were standing by a carriage which had its door open. In you go, your highness. Karen said, with a bow. Naruto blushed. Stop it. Naruto whispered. I can't, your highness. Karen replied. Clearly she was having way too much fun. Naruto climbed into the carriage and the doors were shut behind him. Karen then joined Lady Mito in her carriage which was in front of the one Naruto was in. The carriage procession headed off towards the Hokage Tower, where on the roof, Hiruzen had given permission for the ceremony to be held. They arrived there with a large crowd cheering behind them, and Naruto looked out the window of his carriage. He could see a lot of leaf ninjas standing closest to the tower. I guess it makes sense. Uzumaki is the closest allied clan and the village of Whirlpools was the oldest allied village to Konoha. Naruto thought and was jolted out of his seat by the sudden stopping of the carriage. The crowds were silent. It was going to be the day where the prince would step forth for the first time and be recognized by everyone. Everyone was completely quiet, waiting to catch a glimpse of the rumored handsome prince as he made his first public appearance in Konoha. The first carriage stopped and the doors opened. Out stepped Lady Mito and Lady Karen. Lady Mito had on a long flowing green dress, making her look simple yet elegant. Lady Karen was wearing a similar dress, but it was red. Of course, since the day was for the prince, he'd be dressed elegantly and more so. Kiba's heart stopped when he saw Lady Karen step from the carriage. All those times he'd been with her, it was just Karen. And now she was being Lady Karen and she was even more breathtakingly beautiful than he could ever imagine. Sasuke felt his heart beat faster. Karen was everything he wanted. That was all he could think as he watched her gracefully ascend the stairs behind her mother. Then the crowd's attention was drawn to the second carriage as the two clan guards stepped forward and opened the door. There was a silence as someone with blonde hair, combed back neatly stepped from the carriage. He was wearing black shirt and black pants, followed by a blue sleeveless cloak, because he hadn't changed into anything else in the morning, and he was wearing his mother's clan necklace. He was the prince. The crowd was quiet as they caught a glimpse of the prince but not his face. The two guards gave deep bows to the prince who nodded back. Then he turned and began to walk towards the Hokage Tower with the two guards behind him. Everyone recognized him. It was Naruto. Chapter 10 Inches Uzumaki Naruto. On this day, you shall officially be recognized as the crown prince of the Uzumaki clan, and become the clan head when you become of age. Lady Mito recited from a small book she held in her hands. It was a brown book, with gold bindings and had the Uzumaki swirl on the back. As crown prince and clan heir, soon to be clan head, it will fall upon you to lead this clan from the precipice of extinction, lead this clan to a prosperous future, and rule over the land of whirlpools alongside your consort. Naruto kept himself kneeled in front of his aunt on the roof of the Hokage Tower. As far as the ceremony would go, he would stand once the reading of his responsibilities and duties and whatnot were read out fully. As it is, regarding a consort, the clan would normally have handpicked several potential ladies, but seeing as this is not possible, we shall let you have free reign, even though in the end the choice will still fall to you. Stand, Uzumaki Naruto, Crown Prince and Clan Heir. Lady Mito finished as she closed the book with a clap, the Hokage giving him a smile, as did his cousin. Naruto stood up fully, and to his surprise, his aunt, cousin and the councilman, and the Hokage gave a short bow, indicative of his new title that had been bestowed upon him by his aunt. He turned and was met by loud cheers as the villagers conveniently forgot the many times they abused the blonde boy. Naruto caught glimpses of people he knew in the crowd and he gave a brief smile. As he continued to smile, he saw a long black-haired man staring at him with a twisted smile. His hearing seemed to dull out all the sounds as he stared at the man, his neck hurting a tiny bit as a memory of the curse mark he'd received from Orochimaru. Then he was gone, and everything was back to normal. The Hokage stepped forward and laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Tonight will be the celebrations. We will have a giant festival, and all are invited. The Hokage's voice boomed and the crowd cheered. It is also almost time for me to tender to my resignation as your Hokage. He continued and the crowd immediately went silent. Alas, I've had a good run, but I'm old. I'm no longer able to keep up, and I'll find it much more difficult to defend this village, should I continue on my current path. The years have been kind to me, but I feel eternally tired. As of today, I will be choosing the next Hokage and preparing them for the time when I finally do step down. Hiruzen announced. The crowd was silent for a while. In fact, because the daimyo and the council are all here, I will make my nomination. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, nominate Tsunade Senju to become the fifth Hokage. He said, almost with a chuckle as Tsunade suddenly looked around her. Who, me? She asked no one in particular. The crowd roared and cheered their assent. Who better than to succeed Hiruzen than one of his former pupils, dubbed one of the legendary Sannin by Hanzo, and the foremost medical ninja in the world. Of course, had it been Jiraiya, the reaction would be more or less the same, although for slightly more, frowned upon reasons. Naruto sat in his chair in the Uzumaki mansion, and watched as Uru opened the doors. Prince, may I present the Hyuga clan? He announced as Hiashi stepped forward, closely followed by his two daughters, his brother, and his nephew. Hiashi, as the clan head, walked up first and Naruto stood up. Hiashi bowed down to him in deference to his position and they shook hands. Then came the rest of the main party from the Hyuga clan, as they followed Hiashi's actions. Then they were guided to some seats by the side of the hall. May I present, the Uchiha clan. Naruto sat up a little straighter. He was curious, watching as the Uchiha head, Fugaku and his wife, followed by his two sons entered the hall. Naruto looked at Sasuke who wasn't looking at him, rather he was looking at the person behind him. Karen. Naruto thought as he glanced subtly over at her. She was wearing her red dress and was standing next to Aunt Mito. She didn't seem to notice. Fugaku and his wife bowed and shook his hand, while Sasuke and Itachi waited before bowing and then shaking his hand. Sasuke leaned in closer. Nice clothes, Dobi. He whispered. Naruto suppressed a smile. Nice to see you too. He replied. May I present the Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan? Uru announced as they entered. The Uchiha were led over to the seats next to the Hyuga clan where the two heads glared at each other. Naruto again stood up, watching as they bowed to him and shook all of their hands. He noticed that Kiba was looking at Karen, rather like Sasuke was. He raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. He'd save it for later. May I present the Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, and the Akamichi clan. Chapter 11 Inches You look beautiful by the way. Naruto murmured as they danced together. Temari blushed under the praise but said nothing. The moment was surreal. She was dancing with the prince, and she knew all eyes were on them both. It was kind of funny that she was taller than the prince, even if only by half a head. As they twirled around the dance area, Temari met the gaze of the Hokage, who had a glint in his eyes, the large-breasted Lady Tsunade who was grinning evilly at her, and Lady Mito who winked suggestively at her. Temari couldn't stop blushing. They were obviously having a good time teasing her. Naruto didn't even notice. She could also see the many girls glaring at her, and she knew it was because she was with Naruto. She felt something rest on her shoulder. Naruto? She asked. He didn't respond. She looked at him and he looked back. His blue eyes, shining in the light, were kind and warm, and she felt herself warm up, as well as her heart beat faster. What are you staring at? She asked, embarrassed. He smiled. You. Naruto said as he lifted his head off her shoulder and stepped back. I'm tired. I think I'll call it quits now. Naruto said, as he walked to the bench, with Tamari following him. And a whole host of girls following them. Naruto and Tamari sat down, and the girls following them gravitated closer, but not too close, thankfully. They were just waiting for the Sankunoichi to leave his side and then it would be a mad rush to claim the prince. Naruto suddenly pointed at the dancers. They could see Karen and her partner, Kiba. Odd. I thought that the Uchiha would ask her for a dance. Tamari commented. Naruto looked at her. Are you kidding me? The day Sasuke kicks away his pride will be the day I'll fly. Naruto joked, and she laughed. It was true. From the short time she'd interacted with the stubborn Uchiha, she already knew he was one to never lose dignity or pride when he went to do things. Karen giggled as Kiba tried and unsuccessfully attempted to copy what every other male dancer was doing. Kiba laughed a bit. He was having fun, and he wouldn't admit it, but he was crazy about her. Then the music died down. I had fun, thanks Kiba. Karen said and leaned in, planting a kiss on Kiba's cheek, before walking off. Kiba stood there, stunned, and all he could do was bring his right hand up to his cheek, and hold it there. He failed to notice the seething Uchiha get up abruptly and vacate his seat. Kiba left the dancing area, his eyes glazed over and unfocused. His sister, Hana, immediately noticed and started teasing him relentlessly, although he didn't even notice. Karen noticed it but didn't say anything as she walked towards where Naruto and Tamari were seated. She didn't even get into their line of sight. Instead, she was yanked off to the side roughly. Wincing in pain, she fixed a glare at the person. Sasuke Uchiha, she said angrily. His eyes held no emotion. Dance with me. He said, well, more like ordered. Karen fixed her glasses, closing her eyes for a brief moment, even if they were twitching uncontrollably. How about? No. You can't just yank someone's arm and then expect them to dance with you. Karen growled at him before walking off. Sasuke stood there, watching her retreating form before he finally came to a decision. He muttered curses under his breath. Stupid freaking Uzumaki. Gah. I don't even know why I tolerate this, he thought before he ran over to her. Grabbing her arm, lightly, he cleared his throat. Dance with me. Please. He asked. Karen looked surprised for a moment, before her eyes narrowed. Can you ask in a normal way? I can't quite tell what you want of me, she replied sarcastically. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Can you please dance with me? He asked quietly, not wanting anyone in the crowd to hear him ask. Karen gave him a smile. Gladly. She said, feigning innocence, as if she hadn't coerced him into asking her for a dance. Sasuke stalked off back to the dancing area and Karen looked at him, before slipping her arms around his left arm. He glared down at her. What now, Karen? He asked, irritated. She looked at him, amused. I thought you wanted a dance. But if I'm not wrapping my arms around yours, then people will think I don't have a dance partner. She answered sweetly, trailing off and letting him imagine the rest. For some reason, she saw a tint of red appear on Sasuke's face. What on earth is he thinking? She thought as they finally arrived back at the dancing area. Warning. Lemon begins. Tamari awoke. The first thing she registered was that she wasn't in the hotel room that was assigned to her. Instead, the room was much more luxurious, and the bed she was lying on much softer, the covers had a silky touch and feel to them. Tamari felt her head swim a tiny bit from the sake she'd consumed at the party last night. Groaning, she sat up. She was wearing only a kimono to sleep in, her clothes were folded neatly on a chair beside the bed. Naruto must have carried me in here, while I was passed out. Tamari thought and blushed. She turned and saw the blonde boy was still sleeping, wearing nothing but his boxers. Tamari felt her heart race, she had a sudden urge, a naughty urge, and she felt like it couldn't be ignored. Maybe it was the sake, but she couldn't care less at the moment. She let the loose kimono slid off and she snuggled up to Naruto. She lowered her hands and began to massage him through his boxers, earning moans of pleasure from the still sleeping blonde. She giggled and listened to his breathing quicken, and then saw his eyes open. Ah. Tamari, what are you doing ngggh? Naruto moaned as her fingers began to slip into his boxers. He closed his eyes and pressed his head into her chest, realizing that she was naked. He moaned against her breasts, as she quickened her pace. Prince. Ashina's voice was heard through the thick wooden doors and Naruto sat up quickly. Ashina. What is it? He asked with as normal a voice as possible. Is everything alright? Came the concerned guard's voice. Everything is fine, Naruto said quickly, not trusting his own voice. Are you sure? I'm coming in, he said firmly and resolutely. Temari's eyes widened and she immediately wrapped the kimono around her body, disengaging herself from Naruto and pulling the duvet covers up, feigning sleep. Naruto lay down, covering himself as well. The doors opened and Ashina looked in. Naruto sat up and looked back at him. He noticed Ashina's face drift from Naruto to the figure beside him. Is that Temari? He asked clearly. Temari sat up sheepishly. What are you doing here? They both looked at him, then each other and blushed. Ashina cocked his head to the side, with an amused grin. Am I assuming correctly that she is your chosen consort, Prince Naruto? He asked. Naruto's face turned bright red. Lemon ends. Ah, Temari. Are you joining us for breakfast, or are you heading back to your brothers? Lady Mito asked nonchalantly as they all sat down at the table. Karen observed the behaviors and found them all to be rather strange. She couldn't help but wonder what went on in that master bedroom. Naruto and Temari didn't even look at each other. They were both red-faced. Clearly something must have happened. But what? The breakfast was awkward. And the silence was unbearable. But there wasn't really anything that could be done. Only Ashina had a knowing smirk on his face. Naruto, dear, it's time you did some learning. I've got to teach you seeing as you are the clan heir, and will be the clan head once you pass our own version of the Chunin exams. Lady Mito announced as she finished her breakfast. Naruto and Karen both looked up at her. The same goes for you, Karen. You will be subject to the exams soon enough, at the same time as Naruto. Lady Mito stood up and left the dining room, followed closely by Ashina. No doubt he was telling her everything. Naruto thought and his cheeks reddened. He couldn't even meet Temari's eye without the both of them turning red. You're not fast enough. Came the sharp, measured tone of Itachi as he leaned his back on a tree, watching Sasuke go through his shuriken practice. He saw Sasuke's back stiffen and heard the growl. I'm not you, Itachi. He shouted out. He'd had enough. Itachi was, in his mind, pushing Sasuke to become just like him. And Sasuke didn't want that. He wanted to be like Itachi, cool, confident, smart, and attractive to the girls he liked, but he didn't want to become his brother outright. Itachi sighed. If that's your attitude, then you'll never get anywhere. Itachi said dismissively before he left Sasuke alone. As Itachi passed by his parents' room, he sensed many people inside. Then it must be done as soon as possible, Fugaku. You cannot delay this important task at hand. Came a woman's voice. But there is no possible way for me to get close. And we aren't just talking about sedition anymore. Fugaku argued back. Itachi narrowed his eyes and continued to listen. Quote. I know Fugaku, that is why, we must move as soon as possible. Any longer, and our opportunity will be gone. Came an old man's voice. Look, Fugaku. He's dangerous. He's not an asset for Konoha. He's a ticking time bomb, and we will all die when he explodes. It's only a matter of time. There is no mistaking it. Orochimaru has weakened the seal with his accursed curse mark, and the Kyuubi will be able to break free soon enough. That will be the downfall of the Uchiha clan. We will be blamed for this, much like when the fourth Hokage was still alive. You must act now. This is treason. This is for the future of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki must be assassinated at all costs before the Kyuubi can break free. Itachi's eyes widened and he quickly left for the Hokage tower. Some of the council want the Uzumaki heir dead. Itachi thought as he headed into the Hokage tower. Naruto. I love you. Temari finally said as the two were left alone. She looked at the other blonde and he looked back at her. Temari. Naruto breathed out as he leaned in. The two shared a passionate kiss, before standing up. Will you be there to watch me in the Chunin exam finals? Temari asked. Naruto nodded, blushing slightly. Thanks, Prince Naruto. She said, perhaps a little mockingly. Maybe we can finish what we started in the bedroom later, she added in. Chapter 12, Lord Hokage. Itachi spoke out. The third Hokage raised his head from his paperwork to observe the Uchiha prodigy. Yes, what is it? He spoke out. Itachi cleared his throat. I have reason to believe that Naruto Uzumaki is in danger. Itachi said. The third Hokage leaned forward, fully interested. Go on. He ordered. I overheard some people in my father's room plotting the assassination of Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi said, and the Hokage sighed. Were you able to recognize any of the voices? He asked. Itachi shook his head. No. Naruto sighed. Things were not going according to plan. He'd started off training, but somehow he'd ended up being dragged with his cousin into the shopping district. Karen always seemed fascinated by the many items for sale. As such, Naruto was currently holding 3 bags. While waiting for Karen outside another shop, he sighed as he watched Karen talk to the merchant. Not seeming to notice the merchant's roaming eyes. He frowned but didn't say anything. They laughed about something before Karen exited the shop, holding another 2 bags. Naruto groaned. So do you really need to buy this much stuff? Naruto asked. Karen nodded. Of course. She replied as they began to walk off. Naruto. They both stopped when they heard someone speak his name. Turning around, they came face to face with Gaara and his 2 siblings, and Naruto and Temari avoided each other's eyes. Gaara. Naruto greeted. Both sides looked at each other for a bit. Are you coming to watch us in the finals? Gaara asked and Naruto nodded. The redhead then turned to look at Karen. Huh? She asked, a little dazed. She subconsciously fixed her glasses. The Chunin exam finals. Gaara repeated while Naruto nudged her in the ribs. Karen spluttered and coughed. Oh, yes. Karen finally managed to say, before glaring at Naruto who was laughing. Okay then we'll see you 3 there. Naruto said as he walked off with Karen. Temari and Kankuro walked several steps before they realized Gaara hadn't moved. Gaara. They both said, startling him and breaking him out of his trance. Oh, sorry. He said as he walked over to them. They both gave him strange looks but he didn't say anything. Gaara contemplated himself as they walked over the training grounds. Chunin exam finals were within a day, and then he'd be competing to win. So Karen. Naruto said as he looked at his cousin. She stiffened and didn't say anything. What was all that about? He teased her, and watched as she grew red. Shut up, was all she could say as she stomped on ahead, back to their house. Lord Hokage. The cage is an imposter. Gaara said. Hiruzen looked up sharply. His eyes narrowed. And you are telling me this because? He asked. I can sense it from his chakra. It's malicious, and evil and feels slippery, like a snake. Gaara said. Orochimaru. What does he intend to do? He asked. He wants to attack the leaf during the Chunin exam finals. Gaara said. Under the guise of the cage. Yes. Alright. Notify all of the Sand Ninja of this development, Gaara. You've done the right thing and you have probably prevented a lot of casualties. Meanwhile, do you know where he is? No. He's been missing for a few days now. Very well. I'll send my Anbu out to look for him. The sun did nothing to quell the enormous amounts of chatter in the stadium as it filled with spectators. There were a couple of matches that many people wanted to see. But they were, at least a lot of the civilians were, disappointed that the Uchiha was not in the finals. That's not to say that they weren't all wanting to watch Neji fight too. Among them sat Naruto and Karen. Naruto was there just to watch Temari and Karen, well, to watch Kiba and Gaara. She really didn't have any other persons of interest that she wanted to watch. She found Neji too much of a prick and a jerk. Kankuro, well, she never talked to him. Shino. Just the thought of the bugs made her shiver. She didn't have anything against them, or Shino, but watching someone get swarmed by bugs was not something she wanted to witness. Welcome to the Chunin exam finals. The Hokage shouted, listening to the cheers from the crowds. Karen and Naruto were suddenly stood up by 2 Anbu guards. You 2 are given special seating. The Anbu said stiffly, and then guided them up to the cage box, where there were 2 seats next to Lady Mito and Lord Hokage. Good luck to all the finalists. The Hokage finished and then signaled for the proctor to begin to finals. The proctor chewed the senbon in his mouth as he looked at each finalist. You guys have come a great way. This is the final of the Chunin exams. So give it your all, prove your worth to the cage, and represent your village with pride. Neji Hyuga and Kiba Inuzuka, please stay while the rest of you head up to the contestants' room. Genma said and watched as they all left the field. Begin. Genma announced and the 2 genin eyed each other. Kiba was especially cautious. He knew of Neji's strength and he didn't want to meet the same fate Hinata had. But he was also angry and wanted to beat him up. Kiba took out a soldier pill and gave it to Akamaru. Let's go. He cried out as Akamaru grew in size and his fur turned red. He formed a tiger seal. Man-beast clone. He shouted and Akamaru transformed into a perfect copy of himself, both of them getting more feral in nature and using their hands and legs. They both leapt towards Neji, who smirked and closed his eyes. Byakugan. He said, almost mockingly as he reopened his eyes, the veins around them much more pronounced. He met both of them in a taijutsu battle, countering each blow with his own, laced with his chakra. It was frustrating however, that because of the transformation, and the four legs technique that Kiba was using, they were too fast for him to actually land a proper blow. Neji smirked at Kiba as they looked at each other. What's so funny? Kiba demanded. You are in range of jutsu. Neji said as he settled into a familiar stance. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Neji settled into his stance and began to deliver blows towards all of Kiba's tenketsu points, hearing him yell in pain. Neji finished striking all of the points on Kiba's body and watched, unimpressively as Kiba flopped to the ground. It was your destiny to be defeated by me. Neji said as Genma ran over and checked him. Neji Hyuga wins. Neji walked off the field, not even sparing a glance at Kiba as he was taken off to the hospital by the medical ninja. Next up, may I have Gaara and Rock Lee come down please? Genma said and the two contestants looked at each other before heading down. I've moved Gaara's fight against Rock Lee to the Chunin finals because of Team 7 being forced out of the Chunin exams early. Genma looked at the two before he jumped back. Begin. Gaara leapt backwards a bit, gathering his chakra and releasing some of the sand in his gourd. Karen sighed as she watched. There was a certain finesse with the way Gaara moved that captivated her. She completely missed the two side glances that Naruto and her mother made in her direction. Rock Lee dashed forward, dodging the sand that Gaara threw at him, before launching a powerful roundhouse kick aimed straight at his midsection. Gaara didn't move, his sand did, automatically blocking the otherwise devastating kick, causing a gasp to come from the spectators. Lee was not fazed by it, however, and he continued to kick, using the chance to launch a punch at his face, only for it to be blocked as well. Lee finally kicked off the sand shield and flipped behind Gaara, going for a low sweep. That was blocked too. Lee frowned as he retreated. He was sure that anyone else wouldn't be able to block those hits without moving, but Gaara didn't even budge from his spot. The sand protected him from everything that Lee threw at him. Gaara moved his arms and the sand began to move, rapidly trying to encircle itself around any of his limbs. Lee continued to flip backwards, dodging all of the sand before he finally made it halfway up the wall. Gaara was moving forward, and had made it to the center of the arena, watching. Lee unstrapped the weights on his ankles and let them drop, landing with a giant boom, creating tiny craters and a cloud of dust to form at each location. Then Lee was gone, a mere blur as he rushed and kicked Gaara right in the face. The sand blocked the attack again, as it was predicted, but Lee swung around faster than the eye could see and landed a shattering kick onto Gaara's side, sending him flying. Gaara coughed and spat out some blood. Damn it, you're fast. He muttered as he ducked on instinct to dodge the high kick, only to be punched in the stomach. Gaara's sand layer began to crack around himself and he was shocked that someone had actually been able to penetrate his defenses, straight to the sand layer that covered his body. Gate of opening. Open. He heard Rock Lee vaguely shout. Gaara struggled to rise his head and watched in morbid fascination as his opponent's appearance changed slightly. Then Lee was gone and Gaara felt a foot connect with his chest, launching him into the air. He sensed Lee's presence behind him as bandages wrapped around them both, Lee turning them around and rapidly spinning them both as they fell back to the ground. Primary Lotus. Lee shouted as they collided with the ground. Gaara's short cry of surprise disrupted, changing it into a mangled grunt. Lee unwrapped the bandages quickly, jumped out of the area and looking at the hole which was created. He could already feel the effects of the lotus on his body, but he was positive that Gaara was unable to fight anymore. The dust cleared and Lee felt his blood drain when he saw Gaara standing there, unharmed. Instead, a sand clone was slowly disintegrating next to him. Before Lee could move, he was wrapped up in sand, leaving only his head free. Gaara raised his hand, and the sand raised Lee up into the air along with him. Lee struggled, but it was ineffective. He might as well not even have tried. Surrender. Gaara said. Lee shook his head stubbornly. Sand coffin. His next words shocked everyone watching and Lee began to scream in pain. Everyone watched as Gaara slowly closed his fingers into that of a fist, Lee's screaming corresponding with the action and intensifying until Genma stepped forward. Gaara wins, he said, and immediately, Gaara released him. Lee dropped to the ground, unconscious from the pain. Gaara looked at Genma. He'll probably have bone fractions, some lacerations and some broken bones. I did try and offer him a chance to yield, he said, and then walked back to the contestants' box. Everyone stared, slightly scared of the Jinchuriki. Temari and Kankuro, however, were happy. Their little brother was in a good mindset. Before, if they hadn't met Naruto and Lady Mito, Gaara would have crushed Lee's body in an instant. They looked on as Genma announced the next match. Temari vs Shikamaru. Chapter 13. Temari stood and faced the lazy shadow user. Genma looked at the two. Begin. Shikamaru immediately used his rat hand seal and his shadow began to elongate, stretching and rushing forward to meet Temari. She smirked. Still the same old tricks. She shouted and jumped backwards, continuing to move backwards until Shikamaru's shadow had been stretched to its thinnest. She drew a line in the ground with her fan and smirked. That's as far as you can stretch your shadow. I'm at an advantage here. Up in the stands, Naruto nodded approvingly. Only to catch a glimpse of Lady Mito winking at him. Karen also elbowed him, much to his embarrassment. The group of shinobi stood quietly, waiting for a good chance. The head of the group grit his teeth and waited. His one eye staring out into the dark tunnel. Slowly, but surely, footsteps could be heard. Kakuzu and Hidan. Danzo noted. The root shinobi all stared in shock at their leader. Danzo. A third figure. Stepped out. It was Kisame Hoshigaki, right behind the zombie combo. Danzo-sama. One of the root ninjas spoke out. Hopefully Jashin will be happy with these sacrifices, Hidan, so don't go complaining about your religion. Kakuzu said as Hidan eyed the root shinobi. Danzo turned. Taking off his elder robes, he revealed to the shocked root members his own Akatsuki cloak. Jashin will definitely be pleased. Hidan shouted out in sadistic glee as he leapt into the group, slaughtering them left and right with no regard. Danzo, Kakuzu and Kisame simply watched. That's cold, Danzo, Kisame said with a small grin. Sacrificing your own men without even blinking an eye. Danzo turned an eye to his Akatsuki partner. The same could be said for you, he replied. Kisami's smile grew wider, revealing more pointy teeth. Is it ready? Kakuzu said impatiently. Yes. The exams are currently ongoing, and furthermore, I've manipulated the civilian council members into thinking that he needs to be killed. They have no idea what our real goal is. The three Akatsuki stood by, watching as Hidan killed the last root ninja and offered up a prayer to Jashin. Let's go, Danzo said as he led the three Akatsuki further into the root compound. Temari froze in horror when she realized she couldn't move. What? She almost shouted out as Shikamaru kindly let her turn her head around to see a shadow connecting from the wall behind her to her own. Since when? She asked. Shikamaru gave her a lazy grin. Didn't you find it odd that the shadow length decreased on my side of the wall as the sun continued to move? If anything, it should be longer. I simply used the wall's shadow to lengthen my own one and forced it to attach to yours from behind so you wouldn't notice. Shikamaru walked forward and Temari had no choice but to do the same. Proctor. I forfeit, Shikamaru said, and everyone was immediately on their feet, shocked. What? Temari shouted again. She couldn't even begin to believe this guy. I'm out of chakra, and that's a drag, because I've already planned the next 200 moves. Shikamaru said and released his shadow, walking back to the competitor's box. A confused Temari followed behind. The proctor looked at them for a moment. Then he sighed. That was a Nara moment if ever he saw one. Next match, contestants please make their way down to the arena. Kankuro and Shino. He announced out. He watched the two head down. They stood silently, not even talking. Simply watching, calculating. The proctor raised his hand. Begin. The two shinobi sprang backwards, both preferring to fight from a mid to long range style. Kankuro unwrapped his puppet immediately. Shino raised his arms and bugs began to flow out of his sleeves in swarms. Shino immediately sent them towards Kankuro, but before anything could happen, a loud scream of rage could be heard. All heads snapped to the top of the arena where a tall, lone man stood. Curse you Sarutobi! He shouted, clearly gone mad. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Orochimaru screamed out, clapping his hands together in a tiger hand seal and blowing out a giant ball of fire. The amount of chakra he'd infused in the ball was enough to grow it into a gigantic fireball in seconds. Wind style. Great breakthrough! He shouted, his hands clapping together again as large gusts of wind began to blow wildly into the arena, the wind so strong that even the people sitting in the Hokage's box could feel the wind blowing into their face. The Hokage stood up. Water style. Water wall jutsu. He cried out and formed a wall of water in front of the approaching fireball. It didn't last long, with the wind jutsu powering up the fire jutsu, it was unstoppable, going straight through the wall with a loud hiss of steam. The already maddened Orochimaru drew out his kusanagi and then suddenly twisted around and stabbed backwards, forcing the Uchiha prodigy to block instantly. Orochimaru screamed in rage as he continued to smash against Itachi's katana with his kusanagi, overpowering Itachi with sheer brute strength. The ground below the arena suddenly erupted outwards, and the four cloaked Akatsuki members leapt up. Hidan was the first through, swinging his scythe left and right, forcing the people in the arena to jump out, and steer clear of the dangerous Jashin follower. Kakuzu was next in, forming a hand seal and watching as his masks exploded from his back, forming into four semi-humanoid creatures. Kisame jumped up next, wielding Samahata and watching the Leaf Jonin who looked like they were waiting to enter. Then finally, Danzo stepped out. Hiruzen gasped, as did a lot of the Leaf Ninja. Danzo was in an Akatsuki cloak. His bandages were unwrapped, revealing a Sharingan in his right eye. Even his right arm had been unsealed. Kakuzu grabbed Kisame and with a small nod, hardened his hand and threw Kisame straight at the cage box. Lady Mito, Naruto, Karen and Lady Tsunade stood up as well, watching as the Akatsuki drew closer. Kisame gave them a grin before forming a ram seal. Water style. Super exploding water shockwave. He took a deep breath, and pouring a lot of chakra into this jutsu, spewed out vast, seemingly endless amounts of water, crashing around through the stadium, sweeping everyone off their feet. Kisame then grabbed Samahata before fusing himself with it, shouting out, Water Prison Shark Dance Jutsu. The massive amount of water he'd spewed out earlier then shaped itself into a gigantic dome, with Kisame at its center, fused with his Samahata so he had taken on an appearance of a humanoid shark. Time to feast, Kisame said as he shot forward seeking out the chakra signature of the nine-tailed fox. Danzo, Hidan and Kakuzu watched before turning their attention to the rapidly approaching Leaf Jonin. Kakuzu stepped forward. Kakuzu stepped forward and his masks returned to him. He spat out a large volume of gray-black threads, and detached all of his limbs, extending them with the same gray-black threads. His four masks joined his head in the center of the large, misshapen being that he had become. Kakuzu had now switched to long range. His lightning mask opened its mouth. Lightning style. False darkness. Brilliant spears of lightning shot out, stabbing multiple leaf ninja, killing many instantly. Kakuzu's fire and wind masks opened their mouths too. Fire style. Searing migraine. Wind style. Pressure damage. The wind jutsu empowered the small fireball that was shot out, which traveled along the ground at immense speeds, reaching the closest leaf ninja before he'd even registered it. On contact, it exploded into a firestorm, the intense heat and flames killing many shinobi. Hidan went to rush forward but Danzo placed an arm on him. Keep calm. Let Kisame hunt the nine tails Jinchuriki. Our job is to look out for the sand Jinchuriki. Danzo said, but as he said that, they spotted the telltale moving sand shielding some of the ninja from Kakuzu's combination ninjutsu attacks. Let's go. Danzo and Hidan rushed forward, with Hidan taking the lead, swinging his large scythe left and right, while Danzo began to weave hand seals. He closed his right eye, letting Hidan protect him while he gathered chakra. They burst through the leaf ninja with ease as they scattered before the large scythe. Gaara stepped up and shot sand spears from the ground straight into Hidan's body, but it barely slowed down the Jashinist, who continued to run at him while laughing. Hidan leapt up and Gaara raised two sand pillars from beside him and smashed into Hidan, trapping him there. It was a mistake, as it turned out, because it allowed Danzo to get right in front of Gaara. Koto Amatsukami was the last thing Gaara heard as he saw the swirling Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's eye. Chapter 14, Koto Amatsukami. Gaara opened his eyes and took stock of the situation around him. The Leaf Ninja were currently winning. Sickened, he raised an arm and watched as his sand flowed around him, swirling until he formed into two giant hands. He stood impassively, willing the sand with his chakra alone to smash into the many-leaf ninja, crushing and killing them instantly. Behind him, Danzo smiled. His perfect timing with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan had led to the capture of the Sand Jinchuriki. Sure, while he'd like to have gone for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto was surrounded by strong shinobi, so they couldn't push their luck with that one. That being said, Kisame was currently fighting them, and by the looks of things, winning in the water bubble of his jutsu. As Gaara raised an arm, a kunai came flying out of nowhere and he watched as his sand automatically came in to protect him. It didn't move. Gaara panicked and ducked, the kunai sailing over his head, forcing the unsuspecting Danzo to take cover. So you are a traitor to the leaf, Danzo. The aged voice of Hiruzen said. Danzo looked up in surprise. How did you get away from Kisame? He asked. No one had ever escaped Kisami's jutsu unless he allowed them to escape. The old man's eyes gleamed. That's a secret, he said. He disregarded the sand that Gaara attempted to use to crush him, merely sidestepping it at the last second to avoid it. Hiruzen threw a shuriken at Gaara. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, he said as he formed a hand seal, and immediately, the shuriken multiplied, forcing Gaara to raise his arms to move his sand. It didn't move and Gaara yelped as he had to roll off to the side. It was weird. Shukaku. What's going on with my sand? Gaara yelled in his mind. I'm forcing my chakra through it to stop you from using the sand, and to disable your mother's automatic sand defense. Shukaku replied, grumpily. Gaara frowned. Why? I need it. Gaara retorted. That Danzo guy placed a genjutsu on you that I cannot break. You are fighting the wrong people. Gaara hesitated, but shook his head stubbornly. Then you leave me with no choice. Shukaku said as he forced as much chakra through the seal as possible, shocking Gaara into unconsciousness and taking control of Gaara's body. You might have gotten my vessel with that Sharingan trick, but you forgot about me. He laughed crazily, as he underwent a partial Biju transformation, forming giant limbs made out of sand. Danzo took a step back as he analyzed the situation. He was about to face the Biju, not the Jinchuriki. He grit his teeth. His Koto Amatsukami couldn't be used all the time, but because of Hashirama's DNA that was implanted in his right arm, he was able to shorten the time, but it still wasn't available. He looked at Hidan. We can't fight right now. It's too dangerous. Danzo said, and Hidan bit back a retort, and refrained himself from cursing. Their leader had specific reasons for indicting Danzo into the organization and putting him into the inner circle. The two Akatsuki signaled Kakuzu, who allowed his hearts to return to him before they vanished in a shunshin. Kisame grinned as he watched the motionless Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It was a big fight, but underwater, he held all the advantages. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki had tried to protect Karen, Lady Mito, and Lady Tsunade, but now he was helpless and ready for the taking. He smirked and closed in for the kill, the Samahata-infused body he had making him swim rapidly, singling out Naruto's body due to his chakra signature. He grinned triumphantly as he neared the boy. You are mine, Naruto Uzumaki. He cried out in glee as he wrapped his arms around the unconscious boy, draining away at his chakra to keep Naruto in a state of helplessness. Suddenly there was a poof as it disappeared. Shadow clone, he said in confusion. Then there was a brilliant flash of golden light and suddenly, chakra chains erupted all around him, encircling him, and locking him in place. He turned his head to the side and saw a triumphant-looking Lady Mito with a big smirk on her face, while Karen had her eyes closed and had her right hand in a hand seal, focusing her chakra and creating a small pocket of air for her, her mother and the unconscious Naruto to breathe in. He grinned, his shark-like features making him seem even more deadly. Already, the chains were slowly losing their power as he absorbed the chakra. Where's Tsunade? He muttered before turning sharply to the right as he sensed her chakra signature. She was rapidly approaching him and her diamond seal on her forehead was already activated, the marks having spread out around her single fist. Kisame gulped. He may be a chakra-absorbing monster, but even he knew that the absorption of chakra didn't happen instantaneously on impact from a chakra-enhanced punch. Tsunade roared in the water as she slammed her super-concentrated chakra fist straight into Kisami's stomach, the impact folding him in half, disabling his water prison shark dance jutsu immediately and sending him flying through the air, landing in a broken heap on the arena ground below next to his Akatsuki compatriots. Lady Mito dropped to the ground, exhausted as did Karen. They had used up almost all of their chakra to protect the prince and stop Kisame from capturing him. Lady Tsunade wasn't faring much better. She'd poured in most of her chakra from her seal into that punch and it certainly worked. Naruto lay beside them on the ground, unconscious from his fight with Kisame. They both looked up when the telltale sounds of the sharkskin blade dragging itself along the ground made its way to their ears. Samahata reached Kisame and the hilt extended, wrapping around Kisami's body. Tsunade watched in shock and also intrigue as Kisame stood up, his body healing rapidly from the potentially fatal wounds he'd received. Kisame grinned and cracked his knuckles, before the four Akatsuki began to walk forward. Ikibi is a lost cause for now. Get Kyuubi then we go. Danzo said as they quickened their pace, knowing that they'd reach the exhausted party of Konoha nobles before the Leaf Ninja would. Before they could reach them though, a familiar long black-haired Uchiha landed between them, holding out his katana and his Sharingan blazing. Itachi. Danzo muttered, frowning slightly as he realized that Itachi would be able to stop them. Let's retreat. Itachi is too strong for us in our current state. Danzo said. The other three looked at him but said nothing. Danzo would tell them about Itachi later no doubt. It was a feint however, as Danzo turned to move, he ducked and allowed Orochimaru to leap forward, thrusting his Kusanagi sword straight at him. The four Akatsuki scattered, leaping off to the sides to try and flank the Konoha nobles so that they'd be forced to give up Naruto. Itachi grimaced as he looked at the odds before him. 5 against 1. Itachi mumbled as he leapt back to stand directly in front of Naruto. Orochimaru leapt back as well, and Itachi's Sharingan blazed and began to spin as he looked at all of the enemies. Orochimaru was teaming up with the Akatsuki. Itachi could barely comprehend as Orochimaru released a seal on his arm, slipping on the Akatsuki robe that was sealed inside. So they make it look like Orochimaru is doing his own thing, but he's actually Akatsuki, so that Orochimaru would draw our attention. Too bad it didn't work, but it almost did. Itachi analyzed as he glanced at the 5 Akatsuki. His Sharingan begun to swirl when he noticed they had all built up chakra. Lightning style. False darkness. Fire style. Searing migraine. Water style. Super shark BLMB jutsu. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Pressure damage. The 5 Akatsuki combined their ninjutsu attacks and the resulting maelstrom of jutsu simply obliterated the ground around them. They didn't relax however, as out of the smoke, emerged a red skeletal structure complete with a gourd and a mirror. Orochimaru and Danzo both cursed and stepped back, the other Akatsuki members looking at them for clarification. The Yata mirror, capable of negating any damage and the Totsuka blade, able to seal anything it touches away. Orochimaru said. Coupled with the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo, it's the ultimate defense. Danzo added in. They looked at Itachi who was still standing in the same spot, the Susanoo enshrouding the wounded Uzumaki and Tsunade, protecting them from any damage. The Akatsuki quickly looked at Orochimaru who rapidly flew through several hand seals. Several Leaf Jonin and Chunin leapt forward, casting their ninjutsu at the Akatsuki, but they vanished a second before they were hit, courtesy of Orochimaru's jutsu. In doing so, the Akatsuki had gotten away, without what they had come for, and they failed to see Itachi collapse several seconds after they had left. Chapter 15 Itachi woke up to see a crying Sasuke looking down at him. Big brother. He sobbed. You're alright. Itachi smiled and looked around him. He was in the hospital, and he was bandaged up. He felt stings of pain coming from his eyes. He'd overused his Mangekyo Sharingan in that fight, but it was for the protection of the Uzumaki and the future Hokage. The door opened and Shizune walked in. Are you alright? Shizune asked with a tiny blush. She had to be the one to address Itachi's wounds. As if Itachi also wasn't the hottest Uchiha in the village anyway. Itachi nodded. We need your help. Danzo used the Koto Amatsukami on Gaara. Since you have Shisui's other eye, can you remove the genjutsu? Shizune asked. Itachi blinked a few times as he processed the information. I think I can try. Itachi said. He sat up and then Shizune nodded. She unhooked the hospital equipment and apparatus then left the room. Make sure your brother takes his medicine twice a day. She told Sasuke on the way out, stifling a grin at how obedient and completely normal he was when Itachi was present. Itachi took off his bandages and gestured for Sasuke to hand him his Anbu outfit, which was folded neatly on the chair next to him. Sasuke did as he was told and then moved the curtains around Itachi's bed so that he could have some privacy while he changed. Sasuke waited on the other side until Itachi moved the curtains back to their original places. Let's go, Itachi said, walking slowly but steadily. Sasuke led the way out of the hospital room. Itachi and Sasuke arrived outside a door guarded by two Anbu. They nodded at Itachi when they saw him and opened the door for him. But they placed a hand on his shoulder. Anbu only past this point, they said, looking at Sasuke. Itachi turned around and gave Sasuke a poke on his forehead. Go run along home. I'll come when I'm finished, he said, and went inside. Sasuke watched as the door was closed. Inside, Itachi came face to face with Gaara, the Jinchuriki, except that he was struggling and attempting to free himself from the chains. He was glaring bloody murder at all the Leaf Ninja. Beside him was the current Hokage, Hiruzen, alongside the Hokage to be Tsunade Senju and Lady Mito. Itachi, are you able to, or are aware of, a method to remove the Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu from someone? Hiruzen asked. Itachi shook his head. No. The Genjutsu is so absolute that it cannot be countered by any Genjutsu. This Genjutsu is a technique that implants false experiences and memories into someone, allowing them to control someone without them ever realizing. However, I am certain that by using the Koto Amatsukami on Gaara, I can perhaps negate its effect. Itachi theorized. And is this a theory or a fact? Hiruzen asked. Theory. Itachi replied. Hiruzen nodded. Do it. We have nothing to lose. Besides, we cannot risk Danzo coming back here. Gaara is still under his control. Hiruzen commanded and Itachi bowed. He made a half-tiger hand seal and closed his eyes. Immediately, his body burst into crows, the crows then slowly reforming into a disembodied version of himself. A crow detached itself from his body, before Itachi then looked at Gaara. Gaara stared back, unwittingly. Demonic illusion. Mirage crow. Itachi muttered before his Sharingan pulsed and began to spin. Gaara's eyes widened fractionally. The world around him fell away, simply becoming an endless light red void, with Itachi floating in the middle. Itachi himself was not a whole being. His head was visible, as was his neck to Gaara, but then the rest of his body flowed seamlessly into many crows, who were constantly flying around Gaara, detaching and reattaching to Itachi. Gaara growled, but then he noticed one of the crows was flying directly towards him. He struggled but couldn't do anything as the crow turned its head to the right, letting Gaara see the red Mangekyo Sharingan implanted into the crow's eye. Koto Amatsukami. Gaara heard for the second time. Suddenly, all of the previous experiences with the murderous, traitorous Leaf Ninja faded away, and disappeared. Gaara was free. Itachi released the Genjutsu, his crows flying back to form his body whole once again. Gaara sat up straight, staring in wonder at the people around him. He is free. My theory proved correct. With the Koto Amatsukami, I was able to remove the false memories that Danzo had given him. Itachi said. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. How so? I thought the technique only gave memories and experiences. Hiruzen questioned. Because these are not real, they can be removed at will. Also because his eye and the one I possess are linked. They are one and the same, both Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, therefore they can influence each other. Itachi said. Tsunade, I would like you to get well versed with Itachi. I'll be stepping down soon, so you better start learning. Naruto. Karen sat beside Naruto's hospital bed. It had been hectic. The way Naruto tried to hold off Kisame Hoshigaki. It was simply heroic. But now he was suffering from the side effects of using the Kyuubi's chakra for extended periods of time, considering the chakra was in its raw form straight from the Kyuubi. He hadn't learned how to actually control the chakra as his own. Naruto still needed to learn how to activate the chakra mode, to be able to use and control the Kyuubi's chakra safely without repercussions. Karen looked down at her defeated cousin. His entire body had been covered with severe chakra burns. She never thought she'd see the day that her cousin would just simply be outmatched in terms of chakra. This was the first time where Naruto had actually lost on account of using up all of his chakra. That Kisame Hoshigaki was a scary man. He'd almost defeated them all actually. Karen looked up when the door opened. Tamari peeked in, saw that it was only Karen and walked inside, quickly closing the door. Hey Karen. Tamari said, struggling to find the right words to say. Hey Tamari. He'll be fine. Lady Tsunade said he'd be fine in a few days. Karen said. She knew potentially how deep their love for each other was, but she never imagined that they'd already explored each other, albeit drunk. Karen stood up. I'll let you have some alone time with him. Karen said. Tamari nodded, grateful that she got to offload her feelings with him privately. She felt like this would be her only chance, especially because she was too shy and embarrassed to say it to him up front. Karen walked outside and turned left. She was headed for another hospital room. In her hand was a bunch of flowers. She hummed a tune. Karen was in a good mood. Naruto wasn't badly hurt, and neither were the others that she cared about. She turned a corner and bumped into the one person she didn't expect to see in the hospital. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke looked at her and instantly muttered an apology. Karen brushed it off. It's fine, she said. Sasuke took a deep breath and mustered up as much courage as he could get. Hey, where are you going? He asked. Karen gave him a short smile. I'm actually going to go see Kiba. He's still in the hospital. Wanna come? She asked. Sasuke shook his head, the smile still plastered on his face. Gotta go home and prepare something for my brother. He replied lamely before stalking off. Karen watched him leave. Geez, what's with that guy? I swear it's like he's bipolar or something. She thought. She headed down the corridor and then turned right. There he was. Kiba. Sitting in his hospital bed. She smiled as she approached him. Kiba. She exclaimed, which caught his attention. He turned and smiled when he saw who it was. Karen. He shouted back with equal enthusiasm. She approached his hospital bed and placed the fresh flowers into the vase on the table, removing the old ones. How are you? She asked. Kiba scratched his head and grinned. I'm feeling fine. I'm pumped and ready to go anytime now. He said energetically. Then he sighed. I lost to Neji, and he didn't even break a sweat even though I used everything. Kiba sighed. And then I couldn't even defeat the lousy sound ninja who tried to attack the hospital. Karen rubbed his shoulder. It's fine. You did your best. That's what counts. Karen said. To me. She added in softly and then kissed his cheek. They both burned bright red when she took a step back. Karen. Kiba spoke out, shocked. I'm sorry Kiba, it's just, what you did was very heroic, trying to keep the sound ninja from attacking the hospital. She said shyly. Kiba looked embarrassed. I didn't do that much, he said, but he couldn't stop the smile that was currently on his face. Karen had kissed him. Karen hid a smile. She'd done her work. She saw Kiba was feeling down, so she did her best to boost his morale and confidence up. Apparently it worked. Too well. Karen. Wait. He called out to her as she turned to leave. Karen turned back to face him. Do you want to go out on a date with me? He asked, all the confidence in the world. Karen's eyes widened. What did you just say? She shrieked. It was her turn to be surprised. Do you want to go on a date with me? He asked again. Karen blushed and looked away for a moment. Yes. She whispered inaudibly. She couldn't deny it. She was attracted to him. She just couldn't decide between her feelings for the emo, the redhead, and Kiba. But Kiba had made the first move on her, so she decided to go along with it and see what happens. What? Kiba asked, a grin stretching from the corners of his mouth. Yes. Karen replied, finally having gotten over the shock. She left the room, with Kiba fainted on the hospital bed, because he couldn't believe Karen had just said yes. Karen squealed the moment she left the room. Maybe Konoha was where she'd find her dream guy. Chapter 16, Her Dream Guy. Karen walked the streets, deep in thought. She was unsure what to do, what to say, or even what to wear at this point. She'd dreamed of finding her special someone, but never had she actually envisioned that it could possibly be occurring right here and now. She felt someone nudge her gently and she looked to her side. Her goofy cousin smiled back at her. Naruto. She said. What now? Naruto's smile got even bigger. Well, I heard that Kiba asked you out on a date. Naruto posed, his grin stretching wide. Karen gasped and ran. She didn't want to deal with Naruto's teasing. Not that she didn't mind. You'll have to catch me first. She yelled while running. Oh, I will. Naruto shouted back as he started to give chase. Tamari walked into the bakery. She'd grown fond of the sweet pastries. It was the first place that the prince had taken her to, and she'd loved it. And all too soon, she was going to have to leave. Once everything from the chaos of the Chunin exams invasion was sorted through, then the Sand would have to leave and go back to their own village. She walked out with her freshly made and purchased cinnamon buns. They didn't last very long. She barely managed to get a bite in before someone crashed into her. It took a few seconds for both of them to reorientate themselves. Temari glared at the black-haired Uchiha. Sasuke, why am I not surprised? She muttered, picking up her now ruined cinnamon buns. Sasuke glared back at her. His day was going so poorly. He growled. If he couldn't have Karen, then no one could. Sorry Temari. He apologized. Temari raised an eyebrow. Well, this is a first, she said before she made to walk off. Sasuke grabbed her wrist. What now? She asked, clearly irritated. She turned and looked at him, only to see the spinning red Sharingan. Temari struggled to move and speak, before finally, her senses shut down and succumbed to the hypnotic movement of Sasuke's Sharingan. Karen continued to run, keeping herself from laughing. When she turned the corner, she froze mid-step. Right before her eyes, was Sasuke and Temari. She watched, in shock as Sasuke and Temari kissed outside the bakery where Naruto had taken Temari on their first date. She heard Naruto running up to her and she was too late to stop him from turning the corner. Naruto, wait. She cried out, but the damage was done. He'd turned the corner and was now looking on, frozen in place. They both watched as Sasuke turned to look back at them both, a smirk playing on his lips. He raised his hands subtly and relinquished his control over Temari. Her eyes widened when she realized what had happened. Naruto, wait. Temari shouted, but he turned tail and ran, with Karen right behind him. She turned to glare at the Uchiha, although the glare was ruined by the tears that were appearing at the corners of her eyes. There was a resounding smack which echoed across the street, and everyone turned to look as Temari's slap left a large red handprint on Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke smirked again, which broke Temari. She grabbed her closed fan and swung it round, driving it into his stomach. Sasuke screamed as he got the wind knocked out of him, quite literally, before she withdrew the fan and swung it from behind her, curving it under and driving it up between his legs. Sasuke's screaming stopped. His mouth opened wide several times but no sound was made. Then he simply collapsed, grasping his crotch and making small, moaning noises as he periodically spasmed on the ground. I guess I deserved that. The Uchiha thought as he lay on the ground. But with this, Naruto will most likely leave Konoha, and Karen along with him, then no one can have her. And I can finally be number one again. Sasuke vowed to himself. He whimpered as more waves of pain came from his groin. Temari ran away, crying. She couldn't believe that Sasuke had taken advantage of her with his Sharingan, and she knew it was most likely in order to harm Naruto. Temari. She heard her two brothers say simultaneously. Did Naruto hurt you? They both asked, but she didn't answer. She ran past them, into her temporary room in the apartment buildings and closed the door. She didn't want to face anyone right now. Please reconsider, Naruto. Karen begged. Naruto glared at her. No. It's my final decision. Naruto said unwaveringly. His aunt stood off to the side, her head bowed in deference. The Hokage sighed. Well, at least I'm retiring. Hiruzen said as he looked at Naruto. Good luck, he said. Thanks. Naruto replied. He looked at Ashina and Uru. Let's go. The two bodyguards nodded and opened the compound gate doors. Have a safe journey, Hiruzen said with a wave. Naruto, Aunt Mito and Karen followed out behind them, Naruto refusing to look the civilians or shinobi in the eyes. Karen silently stared at Kiba, mouthing an apology. Aunt Mito was shaking. She was furious. The audacity of the civilians to hurt her nephew for years, them accept him like their own, and now to hurt him again. The former queen was furious, and she made it known by her incinerating glare that she sent to everyone who looked at her. Everyone watched as they entered the carriage and left the village. It had been made public that Prince Naruto no longer wished to stay in Konoha anymore. Kiba was the most affected out of the genin. He didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Karen. They didn't even get to go on the date. Kiba's heart was broken in half, and he blamed Naruto for it. After all, Naruto had been the one who made the decision to leave the Leaf Village, and being the prince, they couldn't argue or disagree with him. Hell, they couldn't even disobey. So Kiba was left with an empty heart, a sense of longing and of something missing that he couldn't quite fill. Chapter 17. Several years later. 4-5 years, the Leaf Ninja all stared up at the palace on the cliffside. They had arrived in the land of whirlpools. Beside them were the Sand Village representatives, the Kazekage Gaara and his brother, Kankuro. Tamari had elected to stay behind, for obvious reasons. The Leaf Ninja themselves were Tsunade, the Hokage, Hiruzen, her sensei and the previous Hokage, and Team 7, 8 and 10. They were here for the annual alliance meeting between the two villages, in Uzushiogakure. The Uzumaki clan were small, even with almost all of the in-hiding Uzumaki returned, and it was more of an economic village than a ninja village. Peace was what the prince aspired and it was what he'd ensured in his village. He was of age now, and with his budding coronation, they all felt it was right that they change the location of the meetings from Konoha to the Whirlpool village. Sakura had grown taller and kept her feminine grace and beauty. She kept her pink hair short, and on her forehead was a small diamond seal, a testimony to her training under Lady Tsunade. Sasuke had also grown taller. Although his eyes showed undisguised hatred, no one ever knew who it was for. Sasuke was a mystery, a loose cannon, but he still followed orders from his superiors. Well, as far as they could see anyway. Sai was the replacement member of Team 7. The former, emotionless root ninja had taken on the challenge of learning emotions. And succeeded. Although the only person who could properly read his emotions was Ino, who was secretly his love interest. Ino herself had grown tall and beautiful, her gracefulness unmatched by any kunoichi in the lead village. She was the love interest of Sai, which she wasn't even aware of, although Sai was also her love interest. It was weird that they both couldn't figure it out, but Sakura always found it funny whenever they hung out. Shikamaru, unsurprisingly, had changed the least. Yes, he had grown tall, but he still retained the laziness he had, and it only served to infuriate his team members and friends at times. Choji had matured a lot, being more reserved, although still always eating. He was much more quiet and analytical, a habit he'd taken up from Shikamaru. Finally, Shino, Kiba and Hinata had changed the most. Shino had become more vocal, voicing his opinions more often, much to the encouragement of his team members. Hinata had grown far more powerful, taking the position of clan heir. Even Hiyashi admitted that Hinata was almost on par with him. Kiba had gotten quiet. He didn't speak. He didn't speak at all. He only ever conversed with Akamaru, or when they were on missions. After the missions, he'd retreat into the forest where no one would be able to find him. He kept his hood on all the time, his eyes barely visible in the dark shadows cast by his hood. Kakashi sighed. He looked at Kurenai and Asuma, who were both deep in thought. The difference one person could make, it only took one person to change more than half of the ninja currently present on this mission. Lady Tsunade never drank alcohol. She forbade herself from drinking after she'd found out that Naruto had left. Knowing that he'd left out of heartbreak, she didn't bother to drown her sorrows with alcohol. Because at least Naruto had done something productive. And drinking alcohol wasn't productive. Therefore, Tsunade stopped drinking. They all stood passively and watched as two guards walked up to the gate. Forming a rat hand seal and a tiger hand seal simultaneously, the watching party observed a ripple in the barrier surrounding the village. The gates were opened and they walked through. Kiba felt his heart tighten in his chest. She was here. He could sense it. They were escorted down the long winding path from the outer gate towards the inner gate. At the inner gate, the same process was repeated, and when the tall gates embedded in the wall were opened, they were greeted with loud sounds and visuals. The market was in full swing. Being led past the market, they found themselves walking up a long winding road towards the lone palace on the cliff side. Welcome. One of the guards said. He led the group down the main entrance hall, before gesturing to two of the guards standing by the closed double doors to open them. They opened the two doors and the party walked into a giant hall, with a throne at the very end. There was a banquet table set up, and they could see the prince sitting cross-legged on the throne. Behind him stood Aunt Mito, and to her side, stood Karen. She was even more beautiful than she'd been back then. Her red hair, now very long, but straight. Her full figure, tall, elegant, as befitting a lady. Even her attire. A simple, yet beautiful white dress. Kiba's heart stopped. She was even more beautiful than the last time he had seen her. Kakashi took a step forward to address the prince, but one of the guards held his hand out. Please be quiet. He is meditating. He will be done shortly. He whispered and Kakashi nodded. They all watched with intrigue as the prince finally opened his eyes. He raised his hand and with a quick flick, the doors closed. Everyone in the party jumped. The prince stood up. Welcome, Lady Tsunade, Lord Gaara, please take a seat. Naruto said as he pointed at two chairs right next to his own banquet chair. They were much more regal and decorated than the normal ones, although, Karen and Lady Mito had already moved to their ones which were also decorated in such a manner. May I ask, Naruto, what was that? Tsunade asked. She wasn't one for formalities, but Naruto was her grandnephew so she could forego the formalities. That's a new clan secret. Naruto replied. He didn't say anything else about it because everyone was secretly trying to listen in. Tsunade nodded. She'd find out later, considering she was a relative of his. They ate dinner like normal, although the tension was so thick one could cut it easily with a blunt kunai. Everyone observed Naruto. They were fascinated by the golden markings surrounding his eyes. Naruto wiped his mouth as he finished his dinner. Standing up abruptly, he left the table. Everyone from the Uzumaki clan also stood up as well. The guests stood up after a moment, unsure of what was going on. It was only until Naruto left that they all sat down. It's tradition here that when the Uzumaki ruler finishes, everyone stands up while he leaves. Karen said, looking at each member of the party, her eyes lingering longer when she looked at Kiba. The rest of the dinner went by without a hitch, although Kiba couldn't keep his eyes off of Karen. When Karen finished, she got up and headed around the table, greeting all the guests and having a small chat with them. When she got to Kiba, she greeted him, and complimented his appearance, much like with the others. As she turned to go, something dropped out of her sleeves and into Kiba's lap. It was a piece of fabric. Before Kiba could say anything, she was already gone. After exploring around in the evening, they were all led back to the palace where they were shown their rooms. The girls were all given one room, whereas the guys were split into two rooms. Tsunade and Kurenai got their own room while Asuma, Kakashi and Hiruzen also got their own room. Gaara and Kankuro were also given their own room, a few rooms away from the Leaf Ninja so as to give them more privacy. Kiba couldn't sleep. Shikamaru and Choji were sleeping in his room, and while the Nara was quiet, Choji's snoring was what was keeping him awake. Kiba sighed. He got up and stretched. Akamaru was sleeping peacefully next to him. So why couldn't he sleep? His fingers caressed the smooth fabric that had fallen from Karen's sleeve. It was almost as if Karen wanted Kiba to find her. But she didn't even tell him where she was. Kiba's mind clicked. She had practically given him her scent. He brought it up to his nose and took a deep breath. Karen's scent was intoxicating to him. He just couldn't get enough of it. He snuck his way silently out of the bedroom. Sniffing the air, he began to make his way down the corridors, making many left and right turns. He didn't know where he was going. He was already lost. But he was simply following his nose. Then he arrived. The scent was strongest outside one bedroom, situated somewhere in the grander part of the palace. He debated knocking on the door, but then decided against it. She was probably asleep. He turned to go when the door opened. Took you long enough, Karen said. She was wearing a simple nightgown, her glasses were off on her bedside table. Kiba looked at her, star-struck. She grabbed his hand and dragged him inside her bedroom. I waited for such a long time, Kiba. You came at last. She whispered as they sat on her bed. Her right hand came up and pushed his hood back, revealing his warm eyes. She gently touched his red tattoos. Kiba brought both his hands up to her head, holding it gently as he leaned in. The kiss was short and sweet, but it ignited the fire and passion in both of them. I thought I'd never see you again. Kiba whispered. Me too. Karen replied. She took off her nightgown, hearing Kiba gulp audibly as he looked at her figure. She wasn't wearing much. Just a bra and panties. She pushed Kiba down onto the bed, taking his thick hoodie and shirt off, leaving him shirtless. Then she tugged his pants off, leaving him in just his boxers. Kiba's face grew redder as she paused, deliberately dragging her hand over his groin. Let's go to sleep, Karen said with an innocent smile. My blankets are more than warm enough anyway. She added, noticing Kiba's tortured look, in his now aroused state. She wrapped her arms around him, and laid her head on his chest, pulling up the blankets to cover them both. Good night, Kiba. She whispered, a radiant smile adorning her face. Kiba wrapped his arms around her protectively. He'd already lost her once, and he wasn't going to lose her again. Good night, Karen. He whispered back, combing his fingers through her long red hair before they both fell asleep. Chapter 18. Karen awoke to the bright sun. She could feel Kiba's chest move as he slept, breathing gently. Karen took in the sight of the shirtless Kiba, now fully visible to her in the sunlight. Then she remembered. Naruto was going to would come and wake her up in 10 minutes, especially because it was already past 9. She was supposed to be up almost half an hour ago. She panicked, knowing that Naruto would react upon seeing Kiba in her bed, and that it wouldn't be in such a positive manner. She gently slapped Kiba's cheeks. Kiba, get up, she demanded. Kiba's eyes shot open and took in Karen's urgent, desperate look. Kiba, please get up, Karen said again. Kiba gave her a cheeky grin. I'm already up, he said with a wink. Karen looked at him, nonplussed. It took a moment, but then she realized what he meant and looked back, blushing bright red before she slapped him. Not in that way, idiot. She shrieked, embarrassed that she was sitting on his chest, and she could see the tent in his boxers. Naruto's coming to wake me up, she said frantically, as even now, she could sense his chakra signature making its way down the corridor to her room. Kiba's eyes widened and he sat up quickly, grabbing Karen tightly so that she wouldn't fall off because of his sudden movement. They moved quickly, Karen dressing herself in rapid succession, while Kiba picked up his shirt and pants and dove into Karen's closet, allowing Karen to close the closet's doors. Karen. Naruto's voice sounded outside her door and Karen gulped. Yes, she replied. It's time to go. The door opened and Naruto walked inside. Kiba took a step back, his heart pounding. The fact that he'd been sleeping in the same bed as Karen and then for Naruto to walk in, getting caught was the least of his problems. He'd probably be killed by Naruto, considering the strained relationship between the Leaf and Uzumaki. The only saving grace was that Tsunade, Naruto's grandmother, elected to stay as Hokage to honor her dead lover and brother's dream, as well as the third Hokage's legacy. Let's go, Naruto. Karen said politely, giving a slight nod of her head in deference to his position. We are here, Naruto said as he arrived at the banquet hall. Everyone was seated minus Kiba. Where is Kiba? Naruto asked. Karen's eyes widened. He wasn't in his room. Shikamaru answered. I think I saw him in the gardens. Karen said quickly. Naruto looked at Karen and frowned, before he nodded. Then we shall start without him, Naruto said. They began to eat, with Karen eating only half-heartedly. She was still thinking about Kiba. And about Naruto's frown when she mentioned that he was outside in the gardens. Does he suspect? Karen thought as she glanced sideways at him. Naruto was eating and didn't look at her. Karen released a breath she didn't even know she was holding. She felt Kiba's chakra signature approach the doors and they opened, revealing a late Kiba. Everyone stared at him. Enjoy the garden? Naruto asked. Kiba hesitated, seeing Karen nod before he answered. Yes, he replied. He got to his seat and sat down, beginning to eat slowly and politely. There was a silence before Naruto finished, standing up. Everyone stood up, and Naruto left, signaling his 2 bodyguards to go with him. Let's finish, Karen said to everyone. We are about to witness something amazing, she said, and everyone hurried to finish. Once they were finished, Karen and Mito led everyone down the hallway to another room. The 2 bodyguards were standing outside the room, and they opened the double doors. In the middle of the room, sat the prince. He was meditating, it seemed, perfectly still. The 2 bodyguards closed the doors behind the last of the guests. Tsunade gasped. She recognized the markings around Naruto's eyes. They were orange, but slowly turning gold. What is this? It looks so similar to Jiraiya and my grandfather's sage mode. Tsunade told Mito. Just watch, she said. Suddenly, Mito dashed forward, throwing her cloak off, and signaling all the guards in the room. They dashed forward, each drawing out several shuriken. Stopping around 15 meters away from him, they threw the shuriken, each rapidly weaving hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. They shouted, multiplying the number of shuriken flying at him. At the last second, Naruto opened his eyes and the golden markings flood across his face and body, much like Tsunade's Byakugo. He held out his hand and the shuriken all stopped, before dropping to the ground in a clutter. Impossible. Tsunade all but shouted. But a power like that only belongs to the Rinnegan. She cried out, clearly confused. Naruto finally stood up and nodded. This is not a power of the Rinnegan. It is not the diva path that is granted by that ocular dojutsu. He said. Everyone else stared in shock. He was far more powerful than before, if that display of power was any indication. This is a combination of a seal and senjutsu. Much like yours, Granny Tsunade. Naruto said, smiling cheekily at her. She was too shocked to reprimand him for his nickname of her. I am merely harnessing the nature energy I have gathered and, instead of storing it, I am letting it flow through me. By becoming one with the nature energy, I can control it far better than Jiraiya-sensei or even your grandfather could. Naruto explained. He looked to the side to see Sasuke scowling. Prove it. He shouted. He formed a tiger hand seal. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He cried out as he blew a giant fireball at him. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. The golden seal markings began to glow with great vigor before he reopened his eyes. He placed a hand out in front of him as the fireball hit him. It flowed around him, not touching him at all, and continued onwards until it hit the wall and disappeared, a seal on the wall glowing brightly as it absorbed the chakra. I can use this power to protect. By shaping it around myself, it acts as an impenetrable shield. My ultimate defense. Naruto said, nodding slightly at Gaara before smirking at Sasuke. I can also use this power to attack. Naruto said as his seal markings began to glow again. He pointed his right hand at Sasuke and raised it up. Sasuke watched in horror as Naruto began to lift him with the sheer power of his nature energy that he was controlling. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Naruto released his hold on Sasuke and flung him backwards so that he crashed onto the ground. Amazing. Tsunade breathed out. She felt her eyes tear up. You've made me a very proud grandmother. She said. Mito smiled as well. And a very proud aunt. This has become a clan secret technique, as only a few shinobi can perform this technique, even amongst the Uzumaki. Naruto said. He closed his eyes and released a breath, the golden markings disappearing from his skin. That's over. Please leave. Naruto said as he turned his back on them, his tone and expression cold and distant once more. Gaara stood up and left with Kankuro, both pondering the same question. The Leaf Shinobi all left as well, slowly thinking about their uncertain future with the Uzumaki clan, except for Tsunade. She was happy. She knew Naruto would never hurt her. She was his grandmother after all. Grandma, he whispered, just before she could take a step out of the room. Everyone turned back and looked. Please stay here. I need to talk to you. Naruto said and she obliged, returning to the center of the room and shooing everyone else out. What is it? She asked. He turned around with a smile on his face. You are a part of this clan. Perhaps you will be able to learn this technique. He posed to her like a challenge. She cracked her knuckles and smiled back dangerously. I was beginning to think you wouldn't ask. She said with a dangerous tone in her voice and he gulped. Well. You see, I couldn't just announce it in front of everyone. That would simply make Sasuke be more annoying. He replied and Tsunade nodded in agreement. They both sat down in meditative positions. There are many flaws. The shield may seem impenetrable, but a sharp, piercing attack can break through it as if it wasn't there. The nature energy acts much like a wind. When I create my shield, it forces the jutsu to flow around it, so any piercing attack will negate it completely. This also requires a great deal of concentration. If the concentration is not there, then you will lose far too much nature energy and will be unable to control it at all. It requires a perfect balance of nature energy and chakra in your body. Also, this flow can only occur after you've gathered the nature energy and stored it as chakra, much like senjutsu. Once that nature energy which has been stored as chakra is gone, then you will be unable to use this technique. Because of the nature of this technique, shadow clones will not work. Nature divulged to Tsunade who was listening. But since you have the Byakugo seal, it will be so much easier for you, because you already have near-perfect chakra control, it will come easily to you. Naruto said and Tsunade closed her eyes. She began to calm herself, reaching a zone of inner peace, hearing nothing but the sound of nature. She could feel it. The nature energy slowly entering her. She kept it at a slow entry rate with her chakra control, knowing the dangers of senjutsu. She opened her eyes not a few minutes later, revealing her own colored markings around her eyes. They were a light color of blue. Naruto gasped. How did you pick this up so easily? He almost shrieked. Tsunade smirked. Please. I'm a Sanin. I have a pervy friend who has trained in senjutsu. I'm also a genius, so I think I can do it just fine. Tsunade said, grinning at Naruto's shocked expression. But. Naruto exclaimed. Okay, fine. Did you really think Mount Myoboku is the only place where one can train in senjutsu? Jiraiya may have taken you there, but I could have easily taken you to Shikatsu Woods, and if you'd gone with Orochimaru, he would have taken you to Ryuchi Cave. My grandfather was a sage, and so am I. It's how my healing techniques work in perfect harmony with Lady Katsuyu's. She said. It's also partly how I first obtained my Byakugo seal. Naruto gulped several times. Okay. Was all he said as he struggled to comprehend. Besides, why do you think your golden markings are so similar to my Byakugo markings anyway? She chided, giving a small grin as he slowly raised his head in realization. Right, he grinned ruefully. Alright, then the next and final step. This is the hardest step of them all. Because if you absorb any more nature energy, it will overtip the balance. You must find that balance, and then let the extra nature energy simply flow through your body, not be absorbed, or you will turn into a statue. Yes, I know that, idiot. Tsunade said, holding back a laugh. I wasn't born yesterday having already possessed the knowledge for senjutsu and being a Sanin. I know. I just care about you a lot. Naruto said. I don't want anything to happen to you, let alone, Aunt Mito, Karen, or anyone else in this clan. Tsunade's eyes widened but she didn't say anything. Instead, she simply let Naruto hug her, comforting the aching heart and soul of the grieving boy. She knew the pressures of being a leader. And Naruto was finally able to let it all out, including the pain from a broken heart that he'd bottled up for that many years since the incident. Chapter 19, I see you have improved. Naruto said as he observed his grandmother, who was working to control the nature energy around her. Her eyes were closed in concentration, her forehead slightly creased. I can feel it. Tsunade said after a while. They had been training for most of the day, and Naruto was on the verge of calling for dinner to be set back about half an hour when a knock sounded on the double doors of the hall. Naruto gestured to the two guards and they graciously opened the doors. Gaara was standing there. Naruto. May we talk, in private? He asked. Naruto nodded. He walked up to Gaara and then motioned for him to follow. What is it you want to talk about? Naruto asked his friend when they were in a private room. Gaara swallowed hard. Please, just, hear me out. Gaara begged. Naruto looked puzzled. But don't I always? He asked. Gaara fixed his gaze on him. Promise me you will listen and consider everything I say. Gaara asked. Naruto shrugged. He'd never known his friend to be like this. Yes, I promise. Naruto answered. Gaara took a deep breath. Okay, how do I say this? It's about Temari. Gaara started. He saw Naruto tense up and a dangerous look enter his eyes. You promised. He said firmly and Naruto grit his teeth. Yes. Yes I did. The following dinner, everyone could feel the tension radiating between the prince and the cage. They both ate stiffly and avoided talking to each other, and it made for a very nerve-wracking dinner. Nobody looked at the prince. They were all afraid. Sasuke, because of the power in Naruto's clan secret that he had seen firsthand, Kiba, because he was afraid that his eyes would give away his secret relationship with his cousin, and everyone else because he was very powerful, as a ninja and as the village leader. Tsunade didn't really care. Naruto was her grandson, and she'd happily hit him with her own chakra-enhanced punch. To remind him of his place if need be. But anyway, she knew Naruto would never be angry at her. Who would get mad at their grandmother anyway? Naruto stood up abruptly, and left quickly. The others didn't even get a chance to stand as Naruto was gone before anyone could react. Dinner resumed and the tension relaxed, everyone feeling the pressure draining away. Kiba felt his pounding heart slow back down to normal. For a moment, when Naruto had paused at the door and turned to look back, he thought he was about to be killed on the spot. He looked to his left and saw Ino Sai. Sai, how long are you going to take? Ino asked. Sai turned and gave her a smile. It looked fake, although they could all tell that any emotion Sai showed looked fake because of Danzo's tough root training. Not very long, Ino. Sai said, eyeing Sakura who had stopped eating with her chopsticks midway to her mouth. Every time Sai called Ino beautiful when Sakura was around, just reminded her that Sai also called her ugly. And Sai didn't want to spend the next 30 minutes in a coma. Ino giggled and lay her head on Sai's shoulder. Then I'll just wait for you in the garden. Ino said before she stood up and walked off. Kiba sighed inwardly. He turned to look at Karen but she was not looking at them. She was busy eating. Slowly. Kiba wished to be able to show such intimacy with Karen in public, but as always, the threat of being completely disintegrated by Naruto was too much to bear. The sun was what woke Kiba up. He stifled a yawn and glanced down, smiling at the redhead who was still sleeping on his chest. These were the moments where Kiba felt truly at peace. With the redhead lying on his chest. Sleeping with him. Even just being next to him was enough for Kiba. He wouldn't have it any other way. He watched as Karen awoke, her messy red hair, and her cute eyes when she wasn't wearing glasses, only served to keep him entranced. What? She asked shyly, blushing as Kiba brushed her hair back from her face. You are so beautiful. He murmured as he began to kiss her gently. Kiba moved his head away and then began to plant kisses on her neck, earning a sigh of contentment from Karen. Mature content ahead. Kiba. Karen moaned as Kiba continued to kiss her. His hands had now slid around and were touching her body. He tore her bra off with one quick movement and she gasped as she felt his hands roam to her breasts, then Kiba moved his head down and began to kiss and suck on them. The sensory pleasure was too much for Karen. She was taking short, shallow breaths and she couldn't control her hips properly, instinctively grinding up against Kiba's hardened member. Kiba stopped and lay Karen down on her bed. She blushed as she watched Kiba take a long, sweeping gaze, up and down her body, taking everything in. She instinctively covered her naked breasts with her hands, but Kiba pried them away gently. Don't. Karen, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He said softly as he kissed her lips. He gently, almost hesitantly pulled her panties off. Karen blushed and looked away. It's my first time, she whispered, almost inaudible. Luckily for her, Kiba could still hear it. I'll be gentle, it's my first time too. And I want it to be special. Kiba said reassuring. His heart was pounding. So many questions were bouncing around in his head right now. What if she didn't like it? What if he came first? Was he big enough to satisfy her? All those questions only served to increase Kiba's self-doubt, and lower his own, already low, self-confidence. Kiba hesitated again, and this time it was Karen who reassured him. Kiba, I've wanted this for a long time, you are the only man for me, she said, as if sensing the internal turmoil that Kiba was in. Kiba relaxed. He realized he'd been overthinking the situation. Karen reached out and grabbed his boxers, tugging them down gently to encourage Kiba further. She watched in awe as his erect penis slapped against his stomach. She wrapped a warm hand around it, feeling it, and admiring it. It was the first time Karen had ever seen one, and she was intrigued. Kiba moaned and he leaned back slightly, reveling in the feeling of her warm, soft hand caressing him. He was slowly bucking his hips to meet her hands, when she let go. Taking her silent message, he leaned down and kissed her. He took a brief moment to line himself up and then slowly pushed the head in. They both gasped, Kiba, because of the very warm, wet and tight feeling as his head was engulfed, and Karen because of the large intrusion that had just entered her most private area. Kiba continued to push in, breathing heavily due to the pleasure that just pushing in was giving him. Why you're so tight, Karen? He gasped out, as he pushed in another inch. Karen was breathing heavily and tensing as well. He was much larger than he looked, partly because she was so tight, and partly because they were both virgins. She felt pain, but it was more of a discomforting pain, as being a shinobi meant that her hymen would have torn from the strenuous activity quite some time ago. She was still trying to accommodate to his member inside of her when Kiba thrust himself forward with a cry, burying himself to the hilt, the last few inches thrust into her cavern quickly. Karen gasped out loud. Both of them moaned in unison as they lay there, unmoving. Kiba was seeing stars. The beautiful goddess beneath him was making him feel more alive than all the time he had spent in Konoha. The sensations he was receiving from her warm and tight cavern were unmatchable. Karen on the other hand had never felt so full before. She could feel his pulsing, warm and hard rod fully inside, and it made her feel like it was made to fit. Chapter 20 Tsunade glared at Sasuke. He was currently caught in the arms of Kakashi and Kurenai. Who would have thought that the prideful and arrogant Uchiha would fall victim to Kurenai's genjutsu? Granted he broke free quickly, but it was all the time they needed to subdue him. The rest of the Leaf Ninja were watching silently. They didn't want to speak. Well, those that were present anyway. Sakura and Sai were off with Ino in the gardens, and Kiba was nowhere to be seen. Only Akamaru was there. Hinata was taking care of him because for some reason Kiba wasn't. You have just jeopardized the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. They may lack ninja, but make up for in their economy alone. Sasuke Uchiha, you are hereby under arrest for treason and attempted murder of the prince. Tsunade spat out, venom in her voice clearly discerned by all of the onlookers. Take him back to Konoha straight away. I will stay here and try to smooth things over. Tsunade ordered as she turned around. Very well. Hiruzen said. I assume you'll want me to resume my position as Hokage until you come back. Tsunade nodded. Hiruzen sighed. Not again. I thought I was done seeing all of that paperwork. The trip back to Konoha was peaceful to say the least. Sasuke didn't struggle at all. He seemed to have lost all will to resist after hearing Tsunade's verdict. When they got to the gates, they were allowed in. Hiruzen stopped everyone and then with a simple flourish of his hand, several Anbu appeared. Take Sasuke into custody. Lock him in a secure cell until the 5th Hokage arrives. He will be sentenced then. Hiruzen said. Hiruzen turned around and was about to leave when a startled cry came from one of the Anbu. He turned around just as Itachi removed his mask. Big brother. Sasuke yelled. He was crying hysterically. The 3rd Hokage framed me. He's taken my eyes and wants to take yours as well. Sasuke screamed out. Hiruzen froze at the accusation and Itachi fixed his gaze on those holding him. Let Sasuke go, Itachi said, his voice dangerously low as he looked at the empty sockets where Sasuke's eyes used to be. The Jonin sensei all gasped and looked down at Sasuke before looking at Hiruzen. Wah! Hiruzen started but there was a sudden explosion and a flurry of movement. When Hiruzen turned to look, all of the Leaf Ninjas surrounding Sasuke were knocked out, and in their place, stood Itachi, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing dangerously as he stared at the old man. What have you done to my brother? Itachi asked quietly. Answer me before I kill you on the spot. Itachi shouted. Itachi Hiruzen started again, but was cut off by a long sword protruding through his chest. The old Hokage fell to his knees, coughing sporadically. As he fell, Sasuke slowly rose from behind him, laughing like a deranged maniac. Power. Yes, give me more. Sasuke shouted before looking at his older brother. Thank you, Itachi, he said, almost mockingly before he vanished. Itachi rushed to Hiruzen's side, his Sharingan fading back to normal as he helped the old man sit up. I'm sorry Lord Third. My emotions got the best of me, a simple genjutsu tricked me. Itachi cried out in despair as he watched the aged Kage breathe slowly. Sasuke, he betrayed us all, he attacked the prince. Hiruzen gasped out before the light disappeared from his eyes. Itachi bowed his head in grief. So my foolish little brother has become a traitor to the Leaf, then I shall be the one to bring him to justice. Itachi thought as he stood up. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Forgive me. Tsunade rushed into the room where Naruto last was only to be met with a gruesome sight. Lady Mito and her Uzumaki bodyguards were all turned into stone. The very danger of absorbing far too much nature energy. In the middle, was another statue. One of her grandson, Naruto. And beside him, sat Gaara. Lord Kazekage, she murmured quietly. She knew how close the two Jinchuriki were, and it came to no surprise when he turned around that she could see his tear-stained face. What's wrong with him? Gaara asked. What's wrong with all of them? Tsunade gave him a sad look. They've all undergone petrification by absorbing too much nature energy. Such is the danger of senjutsu. Tsunade replied sadly, before she turned and left the room. Elsewhere, Kiba and Karen were finally getting dressed. Karen kept blushing and avoiding Kiba's gaze, as he kept looking up and down at her. They continued to dress in silence, until they both felt a wave of chakra rush over them. Kiba stiffened and looked in the direction from where it came while Karen froze. Her eyes widened and she tried to turn to Kiba but her legs were frozen. Kiba. She screamed out as she felt the nature energy invade her body, and she mentally cursed her own sensor abilities. Karen. Kiba yelled as he rushed over to her, grasping her hand tightly and staring at her panicked face. What's wrong? He shouted, feeling panic set into his own heart. The nature energy is turning me into a statue. She cried out. Kiba began to panic, feeling the mounting dread reach its breaking point from within. No. Karen. Don't leave me. He shouted, clutching her stone hand tightly, wishing, praying that he was just in a nightmare, except that he wasn't and he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the transformation finally reached her head, turning her into a stone statue with a single tear rolling down her cheek. Karen. Kiba whispered, staring at the statue in front of him as he sank to his knees. Finally, when the full impact of what had just transpired came to him, he felt his tears flowing freely down his cheeks. Karen. He howled out. Sakura, Ino and Sai stopped what they were doing upon hearing Kiba's howl. They couldn't discern what he was howling except that they could almost feel the emotion in his voice. He wasn't howling out of anger or anything like that, they could instantly hear the broken heart in his howl. The trio ran inside the palace and observed in shock the state of all of the Uzumaki clan members. They were all petrified into statues in various modes of action. Shocked, and a little terrified, they ran to the throne room and were confronted with another surprise. The cage, on his knees, crying on the floor. By him was a petrified Naruto. The prince. All three shouted at once. Surrounding the prince were the royal guards and Lady Mito, also similarly petrified. This is so horrible. Sakura said in a hushed tone. All thanks to Uchiha Sasuke. Came Tsunade's voice from behind them. I'll kill that bastard. I'll tear him apart until he's no longer recognizable. Kiba screamed as he burst into the room. Everyone turned and took note of Kiba's condition. His eyes were red from crying, and his face wet from tears. The way his canines were and his claws on his fingers, indicated he'd activated his beast mimicry jutsu, which meant he was seriously about to attack to kill someone. Calm yourself, Kiba. Uchiha Sasuke has been taken back to Konoha under heavy guard for treason and will be sentenced when I arrive. Tsunade said firmly. Besides, the more pressing issue. How do we reverse this petrification? He's absorbed too much nature energy. However, by the same token, it is infused with his own chakra, therefore, there is a high chance that something infused with his chakra, or something that is a product of himself, can be used to break the petrification of all of them. Tsunade explained. If it was pure nature energy, then it is irreversible. Luckily it wasn't. Tsunade continued, seeing Kiba's face light up slightly. So have you found something? Kiba asked hopefully. There is nothing here that is like that. Tsunade replied with a grim face. Then she noticed that the cage had perked up during her explanation of the situation, and he seemed to be very far away. Gaara's flashback. He faced Naruto. Naruto, I have a serious question to ask you. Back during the Chunin exams with Temari, after her victory, and after the fight, did you two by any chance? Naruto said nothing, standing straight and looking out the window. And you are asking because. Because. End of Gaara's flashback, Lord Cage. Tsunade said, and it snapped Gaara out of his flashback. Oh sorry, what? He asked back. Tsunade shook her head. I was just checking to see that you were alright. Was anything the matter? Gaara hesitated. No. Nothing's the matter. The little boy bounced happily on his mother's knee. His blue eyes searched the room intelligently, as he thought about things. What things? No one knew, because he was quiet, but also smart. Very smart. Mother, when is father coming back? He asked out of the blue. Temari stiffened. She looked across the room at her giant fan, seeking out the strength to tell her son. Then she looked at him, turning him around and ruffled his hair, plastering a smile on her face, although the smile was cracked and anyone, including her own son, could tell it wasn't real. Your father, he's dead. He was killed during a mission. Temari said simply, watching as her son's face fell. Where is his grave? He asked. I'm sorry, Takamatsu, but during his Ms.R. mission, he was captured and killed in enemy territory. Temari replied shakily. I'm sorry mother, for asking such questions of you. Takamatsu apologized. It's fine. Temari said, wiping a tear from her eye. It's time for school. Takamatsu said as he bounced off her knee and ran around, his arms stretched out like a bird. Tamari couldn't help but crack a smile. Bright and full of energy, just like his father. She thought. She couldn't deny it. At the age of 4, her son was an unprecedented genius, perhaps he'd gotten that from his father, but she'd never know. He was already in his first year at the Ninja Academy, and maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to surpass them both before he turned 16. But he was also very childish, despite seeming to be so mature. He would often make his mother giggle or laugh at his antics, as she was seldom seen in a good mood. Let's go. Tamari said as they left the Cage mansion and headed towards the academy, her son's tiny hand held tightly by her own hand. Chapter 21. A new and revolutionary prophecy obtained straight from Mount Myoboku changes everything. The fate of the ninja world in the future hangs in the balance, and Naruto is unaware of the multiple plots and secrets surrounding his life as a Jinchuriki. Although he has always been aware that he is different, it takes a visit from the Hokage for Naruto to finally find what he has always wanted. A real home. A guardian. And most importantly, a friend. But Naruto's trials have only just begun. With each passing day, the ever-present danger looms on the horizon, and if Naruto is unable to control his power, then the balance of the ninja world will tip forever into the darkness, never to resurface again. Takamatsu. Takamatsu. A frustrated teacher yelled from the front of the class. Takamatsu snapped to attention. Oh, sorry sensei. He apologized and the teacher nodded. Anyway, as I was saying, chakra is. Flashback. Takamatsu. I don't know your father. Takamatsu's uncle said as he continued to look through the paperwork on his desk. Takamatsu frowned. But you must have met him, he said in a small voice. Gaara stopped working. Look, I know how much you desire to know about your father. But I'm telling you, whoever Tamari was within the sand village, she must have kept it a secret. All she ever told me was that he died in a mission they did together. Gaara sighed and ruffled Takamatsu's blonde hair. At least you have Temari's hair, although it's a brighter shade. If you had my red hair, or your uncle Kankuro's brown hair, you wouldn't look as cute. Gaara commented and Takamatsu smiled under the praise. Then what's my last name? Surely it would give a clue. Takamatsu inquired. Gaara sighed. Geez, this 4-year-old is really persistent. Why did he have to be a once-in-a-generation genius? Gaara searched through the birth records. It says, Sabaku no Takamatsu. I thought so. Your mother never got to marry him before he died, I guess. Sorry. Gaara skied and Takamatsu shook his head. No matter. Flashback. End. Takamatsu gave a short sigh and returned back to doing the school work. The work on chakra was boring. He'd already mastered it. He had already discovered his chakra before he went to the academy. He spent the rest of the lesson idling around and twirling his pencil, and as the bell rang he yawned and slowly started to tidy his things up. Tamari appeared at the academy doors as they opened. She was greeted by a myriad of students, all calling her Lady Tamari, or Tamari-sama. She waited until Takamatsu ran up to her before they headed off. I hope you weren't being a troublemaker today. Tamari said as she picked Takamatsu up. Being the youngest in the academy by several years made her constantly worry, but he was never in any trouble. Tamari didn't know that it was because of her status as the strongest kunoichi of the hidden sand, also the one with one of the fiercest tempers. She constantly praised the students for their good behaviors when talking about school to Kankuro or Gaara, and they didn't have the heart to tell her the real reason why. As they walked home in silence, Tamari pondered the letter that Gaara had sent home. Of course, she was shocked, and her heart broke slightly upon hearing what had happened to the prince, and his village. But she was at least relieved that Gaara didn't die or whatever and that he was coming back. She was brought back to her sense when she felt someone tugging her sleeve. It was Takamatsu. Mother, look, he said as he held up a leaf. A leaf. Tamari murmured, staring at it uninterestedly. So when it split in half perfect while being held between the forefinger and thumb of Takamatsu, Tamari nearly screamed. What? I've never seen a child this young able to manipulate chakra nature. Tamari stopped and immediately grabbed Takamatsu and lifted him up, so that she was carrying the confused 4-year-old. Hurrying down the street, she entered the nearest store which sold ninja gear, and purchased some chakra paper. Takamatsu, you know how to find your chakra, right? She asked and he nodded. Place your hands on this piece of paper. Takamatsu nodded again and did as he was told. Can you feel your chakra? If so, imagine yourself pushing it into this piece of paper. Tamari instructed. No sooner than she had said that, the paper seemed to shred itself into tiny ribbons. Temari's eyes widened. Impossible. His affinity with the wind nature is off the charts. I guess I have a strong wind affinity too, but his is so much more potent. You have the wind chakra nature, just like me, she breathed out and Takamatsu's eyes lit up. Tsunade, alongside Kiba, Sakura, Sai and Ino returned back to Konoha and stretched. Alright, let's get straight to sentencing that Uchiha bastard. Tsunade said. As she took a step forward, a lone shinobi appeared in front of her. His Sharingan looked at them all. Itachi, what's the matter? Tsunade asked. Itachi bowed his head. Lord Hokage was killed by my brother. Sasuke has escaped. Itachi remained bowed as he delivered the news. Tsunade froze, and the four with her looked at Itachi in shock. Sarutobi-sensei, they all heard Tsunade murmur before she brought her fist up and smashed it into the ground, creating a giant crater in it. Mark my words, Itachi. Your brother is an international wanted criminal. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter now, all that matters is he is brought to justice. Tsunade all but shouted into his face as she stomped off towards the Hokage office. That little brat, when I see him, I'll bury him 6 feet into the ground with my fist. There was a loud smash as a door was kicked down. All members of the Akatsuki raised their heads and looked as an Uchiha walked into their meeting room. Orochimaru was the first to react. Well, if it isn't Sasuke Uchiha, he said as Sasuke looked at all of them. I want to join the Akatsuki. He stated and was received with blank looks. Finally Pain nodded. Very well. Anyway, onto more pressing matters. There's been a power vacuum opened up due to your actions. The economy of the Uzumaki clan. Because their economic wealth is protected by seals only they can operate, and since all of them are under petrification, the villages are all hurrying to find out how to reverse the petrification on them in order to make an alliance with them. Also because of the strategic location of the land of whirlpools, we will be on the hunt as well. Naturally because the prince is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Send your best ninja out. We must secure our trade alliance with them at all costs. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. They will be a vital ally in increasing our village strength. Go at once. Yes, Lord Raikage. With their economic wealth, we can rebuild our village. Having them as allies can really help us recover. Yes, Lady Mizukage, Pain stood up. The grand mission has now been launched. And to think, that the supposedly wiped out Uzumaki clan would become the most important people at this day and age. War is upon us. As your god, I will lead us to a new age. Now go. We already possess a sizable amount of the Hachibi so we only need the Kyuubi. Then we can finally bring world peace. Yes, Leader Sama. We will prevail. Lady Tsunade stood at the gates and watched as Team Kakashi, Team Guy, Team Kurenai and Team Asuma set off. I believe in you all, we will succeed. Tsunade told them as they left. I am positive that you guys will find what is required to save my grandson. Gaara looked at Tamari and she looked back at him. What are your thoughts on this matter? He asked. Tamari glared at him. If you've called me here to ask about this, then I say hell no. There's no telling what might happen. Tamari shouted angrily. Her motherly instincts were rearing into action. Gaara said nothing and closed his eyes. So be it. Then we will do nothing. Gaara intoned before he stood up and turned to look out the window. You may leave now, Tamari. Chapter 22 Team Kakashi, Team Guy, Team Kurenai and Team Asuma continued to walk down the road. They had been sent on a mission to discover whatever it was that could reverse the petrification on Prince Naruto and the rest of the Uzumaki clan. They were all talking, speculating, except for Kiba. Akamaru sensed the depression that his master was in and hung back with him, providing as much support as he could. Kiba himself was feeling worse than he had the last time, when Karen was forced to leave. They'd found each other, gave themselves completely and utterly to the other, and now he had lost her again. Kiba felt tears roll down his face for the umpteenth time as he continued to walk. Takamatsu. Tamari called out. Takamatsu. Her loud voice echoed around the mansion, and very soon, she heard the footsteps of her son approaching her. Upon reaching her, Tamari ruffled his hair. I know, you've been asking a lot of questions, even to Uncle Gaara. And maybe it's best if I just answer them. Tamari said. She placed her hand on the sofa next to her and patted it. Sit here and let me tell you about your father. Temari's story passed. Tamari. Gaara shouted. The blonde looked at him. Gone were the laughing, slightly teasing and mocking look in her eyes. They'd lost their light ever since that day in Konoha. It had been replaced with a cold, calculating look. Even Gaara and Kankuro could seldom read her now. She'd become a complete stranger to them both. I need you to retrieve an injured Sanchunin. Gaara said. Tamari rolled her eyes. Fine. Tell me where to go, what his name is, and what he looks like. His name is Takoyama. He's a tall blonde male. He was returning from a mission when bandits ambushed him. He killed them all in a bloody battle, but he's too wounded to move, so he's sent his wounded, but not as severely wounded comrade back. He's recovering in hospital, so we need you to find him. This is his exact location. Gaara handed Tamari a piece of a paper. She read it, and then frowned. Then I'll leave immediately. Tamari could see a shadow lying by a rock. She was there. Takoyama. She yelled out as she closed in. She saw the figure move slightly in response. When she reached him, she gasped. He was covered in blood, cuts of all sizes ranging across his body. His tattered Chunin vest lay beside him, and his clothes weren't any better. Hold still. Tamari said as she uncapped her canteen of water and used it to gently wash his face, wetting his lips so that he could drink slowly. As she washed away the blood and sand, she noticed that his hair was indeed blonde. He had blue eyes, and the way they dazzled as he looked at her reminded her of Naruto. Are you an angel? He croaked out, causing Temari's eyes to widen before she silenced him. Be quiet. It didn't matter whether she said that or not, because he fainted immediately after that. As she cradled his head and slowly poured some water into his mouth, she sighed. Naruto. What are you doing? Have you found someone? Do you still love me? She whispered out into the harsh, unforgiving desert. The wind howling around her was her only reply. Tamari. Her name was shouted across the street and she rolled her eyes. Ever since she'd rescued him, that blonde nuisance had been doing nothing short of trying to get her to date him. No matter however many times she'd flat out refused him, he still persisted. Just like Naruto, stubborn as always, she murmured. Sorry what? Takoyama asked. Tamari jumped and turned around. Nothing. She replied instantly, looking away from his eyes. Then, come with me. He replied with a cheeky grin, grabbing her hand and pulling her along down the street. She struggled to regain her balance as they ran down the street, and when he glanced back at her, she gasped. Satamari. What are you doing today? His soft voice startled her and she jumped. Naruto. She exclaimed. I'm not doing anything. She saw Naruto grin. Then come with me. I'm going to take you to an amazing place. Naruto grabbed her hand and started to run, forcing Tamari to regain her own balance and run along with him. He glanced back at her with a smile in his eyes, making Temari's heart jump. Tamari. Are you going to eat that? Takoyama asked. Tamari blushed and looked down at her plate. It was left untouched. Yeah, I was just she went to reply, but as she looked up at him, all she saw was a smiling Naruto looking right back at her. You were just what? Takoyama asked her, dispelling the image of Naruto. Thinking. Tamari finished. Tamari. I love you so much. You are the light of my life. Takoyama whispered as he hugged her from behind. Tamari turned around and smiled at him. I'm really thankful for that, she replied, running her fingers through his blonde hair and thinking about his piercing blue eyes. She heard a groan come from Takoyama. I can't control myself much more in your presence, Tamari. You are so intoxicating. Takoyama said feverishly, breathing in her scent. Then what are you waiting for? She asked with a sly smile, seeing Takoyama's face light up. I love you so much. He cried out as he pushed her onto the bed. I love you so much. Tamari thought. Tamari awoke, the warm and fuzzy feeling she was experiencing still yet to fade. She could feel the arms of her lover wrapped around her, she could see his bare chest. She gently tapped him. We need to go. She said. Takoyama blinked several times, before he nodded. We are still on mission. Tamari said with a small blush. Takoyama grinned. I don't think of this as a mission, he replied, causing Tamari's face to go red. Let's continue what we were doing later, he suggested, and Tamari's face flushed red with embarrassment. Tamari vomited into the toilet. She could hear the warm, soothing words that her lover was saying, and she could feel his hand on her back, gently patting her, making sure she was all right. She straightened up, a sudden realization dawning upon her. We need to see a doctor, she said. Takoyama nodded and quickly dressed himself. He didn't think she'd be like that, but Tamari was insatiable. She would take every opportunity with him in bed, and so he'd just abandoned all thoughts of sleeping in clothes. They headed to the hospital, and Tamari was shown into a room while he was told to sit outside. Takoyama, he turned his head and saw the young Kazekage staring coldly at him. I hope you know what you are doing, he said. Takoyama gulped. The Kazekage was a scary man, young or not. Tamari is 16, he said conversationally as he sat down. You are 14, Kazekage, so I'm not sure what you are trying to say. Takoyama replied, perhaps a little more hostile than he would have liked. You watch your tone. I'm merely saying that Tamari better have a stomach bug, for your sake. Gaara said before he disappeared in a swirl of sand. I'm done, Takoyama. Tamari shouted as she left the room. Takoyama rushed over to her. Is it just a stomach bug? He asked. Tamari looked into his eyes and shook her head. She started to say, but he shook his own head. I understand, he said, thinking about what he was going to have to say to the Kazekage once he found out. I'm a fool. I've gotten a 16-year-old girl pregnant. Me, and I'm about to hit 23. Tamari closed her eyes in pain. The barely 17-year-old girl was not having a good time. The pain was too much for her. Push, she heard the doctors say. One more time, Lady Tamari. She screamed her pain and frustration, pushing one more time with as much effort as she could muster, before a crying sound could be heard which seemed to take away all of her pain. She glanced to the window and saw her lover standing there. On his left, stood Kankuro, and on her right, Gaara. No, his face was stern and he was not happy. It was the Kazekage. The doctor handed her the baby wrapped in cloth, as he closed the curtains so that they could help Tamari clean up. Takoyama. You lied to me, Gaara said. Takoyama gulped. You better accept the responsibility that you have brought upon yourself, because if not, I will kill you. Gaara told him before he vanished in a swirl of sand. Kankuro looked at him. You disgust me. Taking advantage of my sister who is recovering from heartbreak. Kankuro turned and walked away before stopping. I know all about you. You think that you can gain power by being associated with our family. If you aren't careful, you might find yourself caught in my puppets. Kankuro delivered his final warning before he walked away. Takoyama looked down at the floor. He had nothing to say. It may have been true some time ago, but he had been changed by her. He no longer wanted that power. Where is he? Tamari shouted at Gaara. He's in the hospital, he replied. Tamari slapped his face. I know you don't like him. But you can't just send him on a suicide mission, she shouted, cradling her baby with one arm. Gaara sighed. I didn't send him. He chose to go. Against my orders, he followed the team I had assigned on the mission. And it wasn't a suicide mission. He just wanted to prove himself. You didn't give him that Jonin promotion. Tamari seethed. Because he wasn't ready, Gaara replied, clearly evidenced by his actions. Tamari clenched her teeth but had no reply. She reached his hospital room just as the doctors were shaking their heads. He's not got long, Lady Tamari, they told her. Takoyama. She cried out. Takoyama turned to look at her slowly. I love you so much, Tamari, and our baby. Please, he coughed, his heart monitor beeping rapidly. Tell me that you love me. I want to hear it from your lips, one last time, he begged. The heart monitor flatlined. Why am I so weak? Why can I not tell the man I love, that I love him? Tamari mentally screamed at herself as she sank to the floor, cradling her sleeping baby, while crying at the same time. Tamari's story, past end. Mother, you told me that he died on a joint mission. Takamatsu said accusingly. Tamari shook her head. I wanted you to think of him as a hero. Tamari said shakily. She wiped a tear from her eyes. Well, thanks for telling me about father. Takamatsu said as he looked at the photo of Takoyama. Tamari. Gaara spoke out. Uncle Gaara. Takamatsu cried out. Tamari, we need to talk. Gaara continued. Takamatsu, Uncle Kankuro is waiting, he said in a stern voice. Takamatsu nodded. What is it, Gaara? Did you hear it all? She asked. Yes, and we need to talk. About you and Takoyama. Look, I get that you don't like him, but he's dead now. Tamari said vehemently. That's not it. Gaara replied. It's something I found in his belongings, in the middle of all of his ninja tools. Chapter 23. Gaara and Tamari stopped in the garden. Why did we stop here, Gaara? She asked him. Because I lied to you. There was nothing that I found within his belongings. Gaara answered. Let's get to the point. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Who is Takamatsu's father? Gaara asked. Tamari glared at him. You know who it is. She replied angrily. Gaara raised an eyebrow. I do. What's his name? He asked. Tamari glared at him. You know his name. Tamari replied. Then why do you not say it? Gaara asked. Because it's too painful. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Fine. His name is Takoyama. Tamari shouted. That wasn't so hard. Gaara said. Except that you were in denial. I didn't find anything, I just simply did some research. Tamari frowned at him. Look, Tamari, you've been in denial for all these years, you've even forgotten it yourself. Takoyama is not the father of Takamatsu. Naruto is. Gaara said. Just what are you trying to prove? What are you trying to do? Destroy what pleasant memories I have of Takoyama. She shouted, drawing her fan out. Tamari. Gaara said, his voice was dangerously low. Ninja art. Wind scythe jutsu. She shouted, swinging her fan at Gaara. Gaara raised his hand and a wall of sand swept up and blocked her jutsu. Tamari, listen to reason. Gaara spoke. You always hated him. I knew it. And now you're trying to discredit his own child. Tamari yelled. Ninja art. Cyclone scythe jutsu. Tamari screamed out as she swung her fan a second time. Tamari, you are being delusional. Gaara shouted to be heard above the wind. His sand formed another barrier around him to protect himself from her jutsu. He didn't really need to do anything. Tamari wasn't thinking rationally. At the moment, all she was doing was unleashing her rage at him through her jutsu. Tamari. Listen to me. You know deep down in your heart Naruto is the father. Gaara shouted. Stop lying to me. Tamari cried out. It's Takoyama. Takoyama is the father. Gaara snapped. He raised his two arms. Grand Sand Mausoleum. He shouted, commanding his sand to flow towards Tamari. Wind style. Cyclone scythe jutsu. She shouted, unleashing her most powerful version of the wind scythe jutsu. The two jutsu clashed, causing an explosion of sound, sand flying all over the place. Tamari narrowed her eyes in an attempt to better her vision when a giant hand made of sand flew out of the chaos and grabbed her, slamming her into the wall behind her, holding her there. She looked up and cursed. She'd forgotten the little eyeball made of sand which Gaara normally cast whenever he commenced battle. Why are you so strong? Tamari shouted. Your sand shouldn't be able to beat my wind style. She cried out. Because I have something to protect. The memory of my best friend. Gaara said as he landed in front of Tamari. Why do you continue to stay in denial? Enough is enough, Tamari. Forgive yourself, and move on. You cannot linger in the past anymore. Gaara said as he took out the photo of Takoyama. He made a hand seal. Release. Gaara said and the genjutsu placed on the photo was released, the brown hair and brown eyes of Takoyama finally made visible. Tamari flinched as she stared at the photo. I know your heart still belongs to the prince. You put a genjutsu on Takoyama so that he would embody the physical traits that Naruto had. The blonde hair and blue eyes. You tricked yourself into believing you had moved on. And all the time, you still thought about Naruto, that's why, you could never tell Takoyama that you loved him. Besides, you already know, the time of your supposed conception with Takoyama is 3 months late, compared to Takamatsu's birth. Gaara said as he knelt down next to Tamari. Gaara released his sand from Tamari and she fell down. Go away. Her voice replied. It was weak, shaky and muffled. She brought her knees up to her head, hiding her face in her knees. Go away. She said, sounding even weaker than she had before. Gaara stood up and sighed. He disappeared with a swirl of sand to leave Tamari huddled up against the wall, crying. Tamari picked up the photo. She formed a hand seal. Genjutsu. Release. She said. The second genjutsu that had been placed on the photo melted away. The picture that remained was one of her and Naruto, back at the Chunin exams, celebrating, the day before Sasuke came and stole her light away. She heard a rustle. It distracted her attention away from the photo. Gaara. She spoke out, her voice still shaky. Unfortunately for you, I'm not Gaara. Spoke an old man. He approached her. Tamari gasped as she recognized the bandages swathed around the man's right eye. Danzo, she muttered as she reached behind her back for her fan. Only to grasp at thin air as she realized she'd dropped it after her fight with Gaara. You are coming with me. He spoke as he undid the bandages. Tamari couldn't even scream as the Sharingan lulled her into unconsciousness instantly. Damn it, was all Tamari could think as she fell victim to the Sharingan once more. Mother. Takamatsu called out. It was well past lunchtime and the little boy couldn't help but wonder what was taking his mother so long. Uncle Gaara and Uncle Konkoro had already left for work once more, leaving just him alone. He wandered through all the rooms in the mansion, calling out for his mother. Mother, where are you? He called out again. He looked out the window, and gasped when he saw the garden was completely destroyed. He had yet to learn of his mother and his Uncle Gaara's short fight. He hurried back down the stairs, running out the back door to the garden. It was completely destroyed, and his 4-year-old brain couldn't contemplate why. His eyes continued to skirt across the destroyed garden, until they rested on two things. The photo of his father that his mother was holding, and her fan. Her fan was opened, and lying on the ground. It had been obvious to him that she had been in a fight. He hurried over to pick up the photo and frowned. It wasn't a photo of his father. It was a photo of his mother, when she was young, alongside a young blonde male. They were both smiling at the camera, making peace signs with their fingers, holding ice cream. He didn't know the blonde, but he felt a warm feeling envelope his heart, when he saw just how happy his mother was with him. Takamatsu ran down the street as fast as his little feet could take him. The villagers all parted ways before the 4-year-old. They all knew of his nature. After all, the son of Lady Tamari was also the nephew of the Kazekage, and no one dared mess with them. He entered the Kazekage's office. Uncle! He shouted, interrupting the genin team who had just arrived to get a new mission. Gaara turned to Takamatsu, and he saw the photo that he was holding. Takamatsu, it's time we have a talk. With your mother. When she calms down. Gaara told him, before waving the genin team away. At home, we will tell you the truth about your father. Why he has brown hair and eyes and, Gaara stopped when he saw the photo properly. Who is this man? Takamatsu asked. Gaara couldn't speak. He just couldn't. It was a photo of Naruto and his sister. Before the disaster. Takamatsu. What I'm about to tell you, is a great secret. Gaara said. The 4-year-old nodded. Takoyama is not your father. Your mother lied, because she was heartbroken. You see, she was betrayed, not by that man in the photo, but by one of the people from that man's home village. He is your real father, and his name is Prince Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara explained. Takamatsu nodded eagerly. Ooh, a prince. He shouted. Yes, of a noble clan. Gaara answered. He didn't want to tell Takamatsu the bad news. Where can I find him? Takamatsu asked. Gaara shook his head. He isn't from this village. There are some things you do not understand. There are some evil forces at work in this world. Where is your mother, do you know? He asked. Takamatsu shook his head. I went into the garden and it was destroyed. Mother's fan in the photo was there, but she wasn't there. He told him. Gaara gasped. Her fan is still there. He asked. Takamatsu nodded. Gaara's brain went into overdrive. But Tamari always takes her fan everywhere, unless, he muttered to himself. Unless what? Takamatsu asked. Gaara smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Go back into the house, and look for Mum's necklace, okay? Gaara said. Takamatsu frowned. It's hanging above your mum's bed. It's very valuable to her. Get it please. Gaara said. Takamatsu nodded. And take care of it. It's the only thing left of your father. It's a gift from him, before they were betrayed. Tamari awoke. She struggled against the ropes that bound her, but they were tied too tightly. Suddenly, a light flickered on, and she observed with great horror, that the entire Akatsuki group was there. Tamari of the Sand. A man with purple ringed eyes spoke. His voice seemed to echo and resonate around the dark space where she was held captive. You will tell us what we want to know. He said. Tamari shook her head and glared at them. I am God. You cannot defy me. He said, but Tamari still refused. Very well. Toby. He said, and a man with an orange mask appeared in front of her. She glared at the one hole in his mask, and then gasped as yet another Sharingan began to spin. Temari screamed. She has a son. Named Takamatsu. He is the confirmed son of Uzumaki Naruto. Toby announced after the interrogation had come to an end. Before them lay a broken Temari. Broken in all but body. Her mind was long gone, tormented by Toba's cruel Sharingan tricks. She lay there, unresponsive and dull, eliciting a smirk from Sasuke. At first, during her torture interrogation, she'd screamed profanities at Sasuke, and no one knew how to break her mind or spirit. It wasn't until Sasuke decided to open his mouth about how he had caused Naruto's petrification that her first mental breakdown occurred. After that, Toby had been able to extract the necessary information from her whilst breaking her mind and spirit even further. Very good, Toby. Then we shall move out and capture her son. Let her watch, and let her be the bait. Pain said as the rest of the Akatsuki nodded. Move out. Pain commanded as Danzo picked Temari up. Chapter 24. Gaara stood on top of the entrance into the sand village. He knew the Akatsuki were after Takomatsu. After all, they needed something with Naruto's chakra in it to restore Naruto in order to steal his Biju. His Anbu were all with him. He had informed them all of the problem. And none of them were ready to admit, but they suspected that Takoyama was not the father anyway. They simply didn't say a word because they feared the wrath of the Sand Princess, otherwise also known as Temari of the Sand. He could see in the distance a disturbance in the desert. Great clouds of sand were being stirred up from the sand dunes, and Gaara narrowed his eyes. Someone was coming. He could feel it in the sand. They were coming for Takomatsu. Let us inside. The tallest one of the group ordered. The two sand jonin standing guard at the gate frowned. You are not permitted inside without an official invitation, or unless you are a citizen of the sand village. One of them replied in kind. One of the black-cloaked men with red clouds on their cloaks stepped forward. You will let us pass. He commanded, the purple-ringed eyes giving his voice extra authority. Neither men backed down. Almighty push. He said, and an invisible force launched the two sand jonin into the walls behind them, the force strong enough to kill them both on impact. The Akatsuki all chuckled as they walked past the two dead jonin. No one defied pain. They'd barely taken a proper step into the village from the gate when a column of sand rose in front of them. It's Gaara. Sasuke muttered. Everyone glanced at him briefly. Let me deal with him. We didn't get our Chunin exam fight all those years ago. Sasuke continued. Pain looked at him and then at Gaara. Don't take too long. Remember, we won't be staying here forever. Pain said as Deidara molded a giant bird out of clay. Everyone but Sasuke hopped on. Gaara narrowed his eyes and glared at Sasuke. I suppose I must take you out first. Gaara muttered angrily. He knew exactly who the culprit behind the entire Uzumaki clan's misfortune was, and he was going to exact his vengeance on the Uchiha standing in front of him. He grit his teeth as the rest of the Akatsuki flew over him. He knew that the moment he turned to look at them, Sasuke would attack. Gaara jumped backwards to give himself some space, forming a small platform of sand beneath him and flew off, rising into the air to give himself an advantage against the Uchiha. Sasuke grit his teeth. He closed his eyes. For a second before he gathered his chakra into his right hand, his chakra visible and making a loud screeching noise. The Chidori. The assassination technique taught to him by Kakashi. Sasuke muttered as he activated his Sharingan and glared up at Gaara. Sasuke blinked and then disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing right behind Gaara. Chidori. Sasuke shouted as he plunged his hand through Gaara's back, his hand going through cleanly. Gaara didn't move for a second, and then his body turned into sand which flowed around Sasuke's hand, trapping him on top of the sand platform. Sasuke's eyes widened and he glanced up. A small eye made purely of sand was floating above, observing everything. Unfortunately, I'm not a fool. Gaara's voice was heard as the sand platform moved down to the ground. Sasuke watched as sand from all around him on the ground began to move towards one spot, slowly forming the body of the cage. Sand coffin. Gaara shouted as his body fully formed, clenching his fist tightly. Sasuke screamed as the sand crushed his right arm completely, and watched in fear and horror as his blood saturated the sand. He ripped what was left of his right arm out of the sand and took a step back. His foot didn't touch anything. Sasuke screamed again as he fell backwards into a giant hole, landing hard on his back. He coughed out. Sasuke glared at Gaara as he looked down at him in the hole. With his left hand, he grabbed a few shuriken and threw them at Gaara, but they were poor throws and they whizzed past him harmlessly. Gaara turned to look back at Sasuke, but then he heard the unmistakable sound of wire. Screw you. Gaara heard Sasuke shout as the wire wrapped around his body. His own sand didn't move fast enough to protect him because it wasn't warranted as a true attack or threat to him. Sasuke yanked on the wire, causing Gaara to fall down into the hole, and used the momentum of the movement on the wire to pull himself out of the hole. Grabbing his crushed right arm, Sasuke glared triumphantly at the downed Kazekage. Not for long. He heard someone land behind him and he turned around. Hello, foolish little brother. Itachi said. His Sharingan were blazing in anger, and he was wearing his Leaf Anbu uniform. Sasuke glared at him too. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he quickly wove one-handed seals. He shot a fireball straight at Itachi, but Itachi merely burst into a myriad of crows before reforming himself. He dashed forward and grasped Sasuke's shirt and lifted him up off the ground. Sasuke struggled but he knew it was useless. Itachi was so much stronger than him. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke screamed as his world spun around him before turning red. He collapsed limply onto the ground as Itachi let him go. Gaara. We must stop the rest of the Akatsuki. Itachi said as he placed a chakra sealing tag over Sasuke's eyes and stood up. A moment later, several more Konoha Anbu appeared. Take him back to Konoha to await trial. Itachi commanded. He looked at the Kazekage. Let's go. There was a knock on the door. Takamatsu jumped to his feet. Uncle Gaara. He muttered to himself as he plodded along to the front door. He opened it. Uncle Gaara. He said happily as he looked up at him adoringly. Uncle Gaara. He asked as Gaara made no moves. The Gaara in front of Takamatsu shimmered slightly before it disappeared. In his place, stood numerous black-cloaked ninja with white-lined red clouds adorning their cloaks. Takamatsu shrank back from the door. A long black-haired ninja stepped forward. His ghostly white skin, with the purple markings down the sides of his nose and his yellow eyes froze him. He was petrified. He couldn't move. Come. He almost hissed, much like that of a snake. Grand Sand Mausoleum. Gaara shouted from above. The Akatsuki all turned to look up. Gaara raised his arms and the sand around them began to move rapidly, surrounding them all and forming the shape of a pyramid. Gaara watched as the sand completely encased the group. Before it all exploded, the sand being forced away in all directions with such incredible power that even Gaara had to shield his eyes for a moment. The one by Takamatsu turned to look at the Kazekage. So that's Orochimaru. The one who killed my father. Gaara muttered as he moved his arm again. Orochimaru drew a kunai from within his cloak and jumped towards Gaara. Gaara used some of the sand from his platform to form a hand and using it, grabbed Orochimaru. Sand coffin. Gaara shouted as he crushed the body with his sand. There was a sickening scream and a crunch which could be heard from within the sand. Gaara released the sand after a second, and watched as the body dropped to the ground. That is one down. Step away from Takamatsu now. Gaara said as he faced the remaining Akatsuki. They didn't move an inch. Gaara took a step closer, but stopped when he noticed that Orochimaru's body was moving. Orochimaru's mouth was being pushed open by two hands inside it. Gaara watched in horror as from within the mouth, Orochimaru reappeared. He stepped out of his old body like it had been nothing. Gaara involuntarily took a step back. My condolences, Kazekage, but you are currently in the way. Orochimaru said as his head shot forward with blinding speed. Gaara couldn't react in time and he felt teeth bite down onto his neck, with something hot being injected into him. This is a paralysis poison developed from the first Hokage's cells. Orochimaru told him. Gaara tried to move but found that he couldn't. Orochimaru turned and walked back to Takamatsu. Be a good boy and come along or you will watch as we kill your uncle. Orochimaru said harshly. Takamatsu nodded fearfully as he gazed at the paralyzed Gaara. I'm afraid you won't be leaving with that boy. Came a new voice. There was a chorus of replies. Orochimaru took a look around them before his gaze settled on the one who had spoken, a deep glaring hatred emanating from his eyes. Itachi. Orochimaru spat out. Finally, the orange-haired leader stepped forward. His Rinnegan shone brightly as he looked around him. Stand down and we might just let you live. he commanded, as he faced down the Uchiha and the other leaf ninja with him. Chapter 25 Itachi stared calmly back at him. So this is the legendary Rinnegan. Itachi thought. For a moment, there was silence. Then Itachi sensed a sudden mass of chakra behind him. Turning around, he saw Danzo and a masked Akatsuki ninja stepping out of a swirling vortex in thin air. Desist, Itachi. Danzo commanded. Itachi took a step back, confused. Then his eyes narrowed a little bit. So Danzo really was behind everything back then. I was right. Itachi thought. Orochimaru, take Takomatsu and let us get out of here. Pain said, turning his back to Itachi and walking away. Amaterasu. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun and the black flames of Amaterasu appeared, burning through Pain's Akatsuki cloak, and burning his body greatly. No one moved. You are not getting away from me with that boy. Itachi said. Everyone eyed the burning body warily. That was until another orange-haired Akatsuki stepped forward. His eyes were also that of the Rinnegan. From behind him, was a giant demonic looking head. The mouth opened and he stretched his arm inside. Itachi's eyes widened as he saw the person whose body he had just burned with his Amaterasu walk out, unscathed and alive. That was unexpected. Pain said. But you are most definitely a dangerous individual. So we cannot have you following us. He held out his hand. Shinra Tensai. Itachi felt a sudden push. It was so strong that he was sent flying at such a speed that he couldn't even tell where he was. He crashed into the ground, and groaned once. His vision faded to nothing, his body, nothing but pain. The group continued to head towards the Uzumaki clan's village. With Takamatsu in tow, they were confident that the plan would succeed. However, Pain suddenly stopped moving. He turned his head towards the back where Danzig was receiving a bird made entirely of ink. Danzo. What are you doing? He asked suspiciously. Danzo looked at them. My spy has contacted me from within the Uzumaki clan village. It appears the Jinchuriki is heavily guarded. Danzo replied without missing a beat. Pain nodded. Good. Keep us informed. He ordered and they all continued to move ahead. Danzo unrolled an empty scroll. The bird burst into ink on top of the scroll, neatly writing out a message. The location of the real Pain has been found. Here is a rough sketch and location of his whereabouts. Tilda sighed. Danzo nodded once before forming a hand seal. The ink rewrote itself into his own message and then turned into a bird and flew off. He rolled up the empty scroll and continued onwards. For now he was still heading in the right direction, but he had to think up of an excuse once he reached the point where he would have to walk a different path than the others. Upon reaching the said fork, Danzo stopped. I must meet with my spy. He has some documents from the Uzumaki village for us. Danzo said. The rest of the Akatsuki looked at him. Pain narrowed his eyes slightly but said nothing. Let's go. He said as he turned and continued onwards. When Danzo finally left, Pain turned his head. Conan, follow him. The blue-haired woman nodded. She knew that Pain had his reasons. Danzo was a suspicious figure, and she had been told by Pain himself that Danzo was keeping secrets. Like the right eye, not just any normal Sharingan, but rather one belonging to Uchiha Shisui. Or the fact that his entire right arm was embedded in Sharingan. Conan followed behind Danzo as he headed off in his own direction. She'd been careful to conceal her presence, and followed from very far away, using her paper form to keep track of his position. She'd done this many a time, and the added bonus was that she was a sensory-type ninja as well. She could track Danzo from miles away if needed. Conan remained cautious. She of all people knew how cunning and deceptive the old man was, and she was not going to fall prey to his lies again. She would eliminate him herself if he started getting out of hand. She watched as the old man stopped by a river and received a scroll from a masked ninja. This was starting to get suspicious. And then as Danzo headed off, Conan had a moment of realization. He was heading in a straight line to Nagato. That old geezer wants to control Nagato. Not on my watch. Conan though furiously as she resumed tracking him. The Uzumaki village was in total disarray by the time Pain had arrived. Many ninja from all the other villages were clashing, leaving large trails of destruction in their battles. Pain's eyes could clearly see that there was a chakra barrier thrown up around the village to protect itself. He placed a hand on it. Shinra Tensai, he muttered, but nothing happened. A very well-made chakra barrier jutsu, no matter. If I absorb the chakra then it just disappears. He thought. One of the other Rinnegan-bearing Akatsuki walked up and placed their hand on the barrier. Within seconds the barrier could be seen physically being sucked into the hands of that particular pain. The Akatsuki continued forward into village which was no longer shrouded by the chakra barrier. The sight that greeted them was something else. Even they were taken back by it. It was deathly, ghostly. There was no one who was not petrified. They all stood in various positions, all gray and lifeless. Statues. The whole lot. The Akatsuki member wearing an orange mask stepped forward. Right. Now is the time. Do it, Pain. He intoned and Pain nodded. Everyone stared, completely shocked. And here they thought Pain was the leader. As Pain stepped up, there was a brief moment of hesitation. What is it? Toby asked. The 6 Pains all simultaneously fell to the ground and Toby immediately went on guard. So did the other Akatsuki. I don't sense any chakra in them. What happened? Kisame asked. Toby cursed. That Danzo. Nagato has been compromised then. Toby sighed. He grabbed the wrapped package that was lying on the ground. To break this petrification stage, one must utilize something that is a product of Naruto. Toby chuckled silently to himself. If people thought it meant a child, they were wrong. The chakra trace within the item was required. A child had unique chakra to that of the parents, although that chakra signature is similar due to blood, it is not the same. Toby turned to Tamari, who is still tied up. And now you will get to watch, as we tear out the 9 tails and end his life. Toby said ominously. He walked up to the petrified Naruto. Oh, and we also have a guest. Toby pointed to Orochimaru, who revealed the unconscious Takomatsu he'd been keeping hidden. Temari's face turned red with anger but she couldn't say or do anything. The chakra seals binding her were too strong. Toby placed the memento onto the statue and formed a hand seal. Release. He said. Nothing happened. For a moment. Then a rumbling sound could be heard before a giant explosion rocked the ground. Tamari closed her eyes and braced herself. She could only hope that Takomatsu was also bound by chakra seals. A giant wave of pure nature chakra exploded from the statue as a result of the memento. Toby and the rest of the Akatsuki were caught in the explosion, unable to stop it. Final chapter Wattpad.com The Lost Heir, finale by Jaquaric 24-5 minutes, over there. Lady Tsunade shouted. She ran over to the unconscious Itachi and Gaara, and quickly applied medical ninjutsu. Within moments, they began to stir once more. Lady Tsunade. Itachi said the moment his eyes opened. They headed off to the village. Tsunade nodded. Those who are attending to the wounded, stay here. The rest of you follow me. She shouted. There was nothing but silence. Tamari opened her eyes and looked around her. The Akatsuki were all frozen, petrified. She grimaced and stood up. Her chakra seals had absorbed all the nature chakra and broken, thus leaving her unaffected and free. Takomatsu slowly stood up as well, and Temari's face flushed with relief. Crying tears of joy, she wrapped her arms around her little blonde son and hugged him tightly. She then looked up at the statue of Naruto. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she slowly stood up and placed her right hand on his frozen cheek. Naru, she whispered. She gave Takomatsu a sweet and gentle smile. Biting her thumb, she formed a few hand seals and placed her right hand on the ground. There was a puff of smoke as Tamari managed to summon her fan to her. She opened it fully and swiped her bloody thumb across the 3 moons. Forming a tiger hand seal, she released the seal she'd kept here, and a small scroll fluttered to the ground. On the scroll, was a simple character. Who, Fox? Naruto. I'm returning what you once gave me, she whispered as she placed the scroll on the statue. Golden light began to shine from the scroll and envelope the statue. She took a step back and so did Takomatsu. She could hear the sound of approaching ninja but she knew they were lead ninja because she'd heard Lady Tsunade earlier. A fierce wind began to whip around all of the village, and everyone had to shield their eyes as the chakra in the air suddenly became more dense and violent. And then all of a sudden it was gone. As soon as it had come. And in their place, the Uzumaki clan members were all slowly coming back to life. Karen. Kiba's hoarse voice shouted out as he bolted towards her. She fell into his arms and they hugged each other tightly. Tamari. Naruto whispered, as he hugged her. I'm so sorry, he eyed his son with a longing look. Hello little boy, he said as he ruffled Takomatsu's hair. He giggled and hugged Naruto. Daddy, he exclaimed childishly. Naruto looked up to see Gaara smiling, and Lady Tsunade suspiciously dabbing at her eyes with her sleeve. Welcome home. Temari said with a smile. I'm glad to be home. Naruto replied before he kissed her. Temari sighed as she sat by the window and looked out below her. The village was in full color as the festival drew nearer. She could hear Takomatsu running out the door. Our son just keeps growing up, she murmured. She sighed again and gently rubbed her swollen stomach. I hope you aren't as energetic as your brother. She said. I don't think I can keep up with you two otherwise. And neither can I. Naruto said as he wrapped his arms around her. Good morning, my sweet. How's my wife today? Temari looked up at his face. Never better. The end. Hey people, hope you enjoyed the video. I want to thank you guys for 300 subscribers. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.